can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch.
What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
A TT token explodes.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying?
Huh?
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
And the U.S. credit rating is
Really think that's the case?
messed with.
And all of a sudden you change the world.
And AMC closes the day at $8.01. Now, what are the odds? Good evening, everyone. Welcome. This is a live stream. This is Friday. It's a Friday live stream. One might call it a fuck it Friday live stream, even possibly. Well, anyway,
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
agreed.
What's up, man? This is Frankie. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion, may not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. Do your own DD. Don't get in the short squeeze play because of anything that I say in this video. Do your own DD. Look, man, this is my personal opinion now. Might not be factual. I think Aron is probably the worst CEO when it comes to retail investors. I don't think it's been a CEO in the stock market that has screwed retail investors on the level that Aron has done in the history of the stock market. I don't think so. I think he's the worst CEO, man, that retail investors can have in the stock market. That's just my personal opinion. Look, bro, what Aron just did to retail investors in AMC.
I really, really don't want to point out the obvious here, but apparently it has to be done. You chose to be involved with this, and you continue to make that choice. If you disapprove of the CEO that much, there are ways to deal with that. Most obviously is just don't stay in the stock. Liquidate your holdings and move on to something else that is profitable. Or change your trading strategy to make it profitable. But anyway, okay, Aron is the worst CEO for retail.
It was horrible and it was unacceptable. You see what I'm saying? You know, right when the stock was spiking, stock going up, probably one of the best earnings report AMC has ever seen. He makes a decision to sell $350 million worth of AMC shares and tank the price. But it's his MO. It shouldn't be unexpected by nobody.
So is that we're saying that's this? Is that what we're saying? Set. Come on, Tone. Where are you at?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
So this here 15 minutes was only 2.1 million shares. This big old candle. So I don't know what we're saying. I honestly don't know what the hell we're saying. Profit is for losers. Well, I guess so. Based on today, then at least I'm not a loser. figure that one out. Okay.
About it. It's his MO, and it's what he do. You see what I'm saying? My question is for the retail investor that you see on Twitter and some of the retail investors that you see on other social media sites that still support Adam Aron. My thing is, what do y'all think? How y'all thinking? Do y'all think that Adam Aron is just gonna wake up one day and say, you know what, man, I'm gonna help retail investors get what they want? You know, I'm a fight.
Well, if you want that, you got to go over to MMTLP and talk to Mr. John Berta. That's who you want to talk to.
The ones that still supporting him after everything that he's done. What y'all think? He's just gonna wake up one day and he's just gonna, you know, after everything that he's done, everything you've seen him do, you think he's gonna wake up one day and just say, man, you know what? I'm gonna help retail investors now.
So by the same token, you know, we could say something similar about the attitude that some of these apes have is like, well, you know, this thing is a manipulated piece of shit and they control the price and blah, 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 blah. But they won't be able to do it forever. But one day it will change. But one day Jesus Christ, the Son of God, will return to earth. It could happen at any moment. You know, it could be the smallest thing to set it off. The spring is wound, but the point here is, you know, what was the point? Oh yeah, somehow it's going to change. It's manipulated now, but sometime, you know, within the next couple years, it will change, and then they won't be able to do that anymore, and then the price will explode to the upside. Do you think Ken Griffin's going to wake up one? Let me use his words. Do you think Ken Griffin's going to wake up one morning and say, you know what? I'm just bored with this whole thing. Let's just let all these people get, you know, right.
I'm gonna fight my hedge fund buddies. I'm gonna fight short sellers. I'm gonna fight other suits. No, man, that's not what he gonna do. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
he's not going to go
because it's not, because that's always been a false narrative. Fighting hedge funds, fighting whatever, like that is a false narrative. It's a false spin. It's just false. You know, like if if this is a proxy war against institutional investors, I don't even know what to say.
Against 1%ers, short sellers, and hedge funds. He ain't gonna do that.
1%ers, short sellers, and hedge funds. That's the triumvirate of evil, if you will, right? That's the trifecta of pure, unadulterated, mean-spirited evil incarnate, and also in artificial intelligence. But, you know, the irony here also is so much of it. They would have themselves, you know, join the 1% basically, with all this buying and holding that they're going to do, that they're doing, so that when the shares explode to $1.5 million dollars per share, you know, that might put you in the 1%. I don't know if you're ready to deal with that or not, but well, now wait a minute. The 37,000 likes and was streamed 23 hours ago. You might be undead, Lynn. I don't know, but I don't see 37,000 likes. If I did, no, I see 7. I see 7. So, I mean, it'd be nice. Look at Telegram. 37K. Wow. That's cool. I mean, how in the world do you get 37,000 likes if you only have what 6 viewers 23 hours ago? I hope that yeah, I mean, you know, I scheduled it for the right day and everything, so I don't know. I created the stream yesterday for today, so I don't know. Yeah, you're dead.
You see what I'm saying? He's not going to do anything, man, to hurt his hedge fund buddies. And I don't know why some
Oh
people
God.
don't understand it at this point. At this point, and for those retail investors, they're still supporting Adam Aron, still supporting Adam Aron after everything that he just did, after everything that he's done. I'm telling.
What if Adam Aron's hedge fund buddies, quote unquote, what if his actual hedge fund buddies are long AMC? What if they're, you know, one of the many long hedge funds? What then? Then, you know, you are bad mouthing, or, you know, you're creating this weird ill will sentiment towards someone who ostensibly would be supporting the company, purchasing the shares. Did you ever consider that? Well, no, because hedge funds are only short, right? Actually, I take that back. They're only naked short. They don't even bother borrow any. They don't have to, you know. See, but what if that's a question for this guy? What if Adam Aron's hedge fund, because we all know that he has hedge fund buddies. I mean, of course he does. I mean, the guy's former private equity, right? So, of course he has hedge fund buddies. Suppose that that they're actually long in his company, you know. What then? I don't know. Just, you know, thoughts that I have here. Um, you know, sitting on the proverbial toilet of YouTube. Not the literal one, not the ape father,
I know what
just
retail
figuratively
investors
only.
want at AMC. They want a short squeeze. They want to make some money.
Well, okay, they want a short squeeze, they want to make some money. Okay, well, um, that's one of the riskiest, if not the riskiest way to try to make money in this, because you're inherently dealing with companies that are fundamentally unsound. In almost every case of the 2021 dumbass meme short squeeze phenomenon, basically all the companies were zombies. So you're going into something that is supposed to fail, basically. You are going to something that is a failing venture, expecting the opposite to happen in a big way. So that's inherently stupid. Okay. It's inherently dumb, risky. And almost 3 years later, here we are talking about the same shit. I mean, you want a short squeeze. Okay, well, that ship seems to have sailed. You want to make some money. Okay. Like, just freaking buy the NASDAQ any day. Buy calls on the leveraged NASDAQ ETF. You would have done really well today. I mean, and apes are long only. So you're supposed to buy before the short squeeze and sell during the squeeze. Apes bought after the squeeze. Yeah, that's timing seems to be an issue there. Yeah, you're supposed to short before the short squeeze, and sell and buy during the short squeeze. Um, maybe I don't even know. All right, we're almost halfway through this video.
Retail investors want at AMC. They want a short squeeze. They want to make some money. But look, it's my personal opinion that might not necessarily be factual. The more y'all support Adam Aron, the more y'all put yourself in a deeper hole as far as being able to get what you need out that stock and make money off that stock. Every time you support Aron, you ain't doing nothing but making it worse for yourself. I think some it just got
It's like a
abuser
abusee relationship, huh?
Some of y'all, bro, y'all just outright delusional. You see what I'm saying? Look, this is my personal opinion. This is what you're gonna get from Aron. He ain't gonna change. I'll be shocked to see him change. What you're gonna get dilution. You're gonna get him dropping shares, and you're gonna get him doing a reverse stock split. That's what you're gonna get until people sell at a loss, or until people.
I mean, is that really a function of him, or is that a function of the state of affairs of the corporation? Would Ryan Cohen be doing anything different? Or, for that matter, John Berta or anybody, would they be doing anything different? I mean, maybe if they had better private equity connections, they wouldn't need to sell equities in the company,
Lose all their money
on the market, but
those three things gonna kill y'all. If y'all keep supporting Aron and you don't speak out, what's gonna kill you is dilution, him selling shares, and a reverse stock split. And if you don't believe me, man, just watch. You see what I'm saying? Look, y'all got the retail investors in AMC. Y'all got two enemies. Y'all got short sellers, and y'all got Aron in the board. Look, if you look at GTII and Finger, we got a legal team, we got a company, and you got shareholders that.
Wait, you have a company with GTII? That's a stretch. I don't know if I would say that you have a company. I don't know about that.
And hate short sellers.
But I guess I should have let him continue.
We got a legal team, we got a company, and you got shareholders that hate short sellers.
Well, that's you could feel good about that. The irony here, I love it. Frankie Mohammed, Mr. Peaceful, peace through strength. Uh, talking about how much they hate short sellers. Okay, I mean, I could tell the hate is real. It is real for you and for these other people. But I mean, I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not concerned. I don't care. But on the other hand, it would be concern. I have to use such fucking specific language to convey the fact that I don't care. But it's important to know. But it would be a red flag. It would be concerning. Because hate is I don't know. It just seems like that's an unnecessary emotion here. I could be wrong. This is a personal opinion. Do your own DD, I guess. But
Going to war with short sellers.
War.
Everybody should hate them, man, because these naked shorters, they all criminals. Now look at
naked shorts. Okay.
Difficult a time we got trying to beat these short sellers in our play. And we ain't nobody compromising. The shareholders ain't compromising. The legal team ain't compromising. The company ain't compromising. And look how difficult it is for the legal team to fight these folks. With the naked short, these shorty stock reports and all this crazy stuff. And we ain't even got the big boys like y'all got in y'all stock. And for some reason, some of the shareholders in AMC, they think they can beat short sellers with the type of CEO and management team that AMC got. Bruh, it ain't gonna happen. Like I said, man, y'all delusional. Look, man, in my personal opinion,
I don't know what this.
If the shareholders want to be short sellers in AMC, the company is going to have to identify who the short sellers are.
What?
Then they're going to have to put together a legal team.
How would the company do that? The company doesn't know. The company does not know that. What are you talking about? God damn. Let's identify the short. Let's dox them too. Show up at their house.
And a strategy. If the shareholders want to be short sellers in AMC, the company is going to have to identify who the short sellers are. Then they're going to have to put together a legal team and a strategy and go after the short sellers. If they don't do that, bro, it ain't finna happen. I'm sorry, it may break some people heart.
So you're basically saying it's not going to happen. Okay. I'm sorry. It's not fit to happen. For once we agree, I guess, but yeah, the company needs to identify the short sellers. Well, unlikely that the company would come out and say, well, we've identified the biggest short sellers in the stock, and there's this guy named Aron. I don't know, and what's that guy's name? Sean Goodman and Diane something or other. Anyway, still in AMC, 100%.
Nothing. Anybody that's telling you that the company don't need to identify who the short sellers are in their stock.
What?
And put
That's not how it works.
And get their legal team.
Let me say this. Let me blow his mind. Maybe. Short sellers have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the company itself. Whether it is on a conceptual basis, even on a financial basis, there is no link, well, besides the shares, between short sellers of a stock and the underlying company. They're not making any deals with the company. It is a transaction between private market participants. It does not involve the company. It is a secondary market transaction. So not only does the company not know who is buying and selling what, how many of their shares, whatever, nobody does, and it's irrelevant. It makes no difference because there has been no transaction that took place between any market participant and any issuer here. So no, that will do no good. It cannot happen. And it is, quite frankly, stupid idea. Okay? Right.
Together and go after the short sellers, and they tell you that the stock is going to squeeze without that taking place, bro, they delusional. But thank you for taking time out to watch the video.
So he's admitting that he was delusional for that a year or two or something like that, right? Okay. Sure. Let's moving on here. Oh boy. Let's move on. Something a little bit more sublime.
It's not financial.
And yeah. Okay.
Advice, not legal advice, for entertainment, educational purposes only.
Where is he recording from today? What is this? What in the Zoom background is going on here?
Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff. So you get
like button, subscribe. Wait, whoa!
Every day, the day they
what?
Is false, but it gives a false narrative. The market to make bad.
I'm sorry, I don't know how that happened, but yeah, that was done in error. I just, the only reason I don't is because I don't want to be accused of playing favorites with these guys.
Trading decisions. Listen, the AMC.
I mean, you could at least turn the fucking TV off in the background. Could you not at least turn a damn TV down? Tell the broad to stop yelling at the fucking dog. What the hell?
Trading decisions. Listen, the AMC shills have been attacking me all morning because I said what Aron did was horrible. I said what Aron did tells me that Aron is in bed with the hedges. Okay?
What? No. How would it tell you that? How does that even make sense? Why would the company be trying to raise money if that were the fucking case? You brain dead fucking Muppet. Wow. Wow. This guy, I see that nothing has changed. You know, you take a week and a half off from YouTube streaming, AMC, or whatever, and like nothing has changed. Truly. I'll use their own words. They've been saying this for 3 years now almost. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed for them and in their behavior. I mean, it has definitely changed, but nothing about this guy has changed, except he's now demonetized, so he's gone even further off the deep end, right? He's in like Titanic, 4,000 meter deep end now, and he's just free falling.
Of it is absolutely outrageous.
When implosion? That's my
It
question.
serves no purpose whatsoever to me, but to give the hedgies an upper hand. It doesn't
What?
make any sense logically. It doesn't make
No, it doesn't make any sense logically. What you said just makes no fucking sense logically or otherwise. Because here's what has happened. This has become I mean, this happened 2 years ago, but this is a cult. If you are a member of this, congratulations, you are a member of a cult. And it's always what you've wanted to find out that, oh my God, I'm a member of a cult. Yes, you are. So that's the first thing. Secondly, part of the deal frequently, oftentimes with these cults is there's a lot of black and white thinking. There's a lot of diametric opposition. There's a lot of polarity. So something is either the best thing that could ever happen, or it is the worst thing that could ever happen. There's no in between, you know, just like Billy, Joel, they go to extremes, too high or too low. There ain't no in between, right? Somebody please tell me that they know that song. I know Model 3 dude does. So anyway, yeah, you get these dumbass extremes. They're false extremes. They're false polarizations. So something is either helpful for the squeeze or it is harmful for the squeeze. And here's an instance of something that is deemed harmful to the squeeze. By the way, I'm trying to speak in more than 3 or 4 word groups because, and this is true, one of the rants Muppets that was here, I guess a few weeks ago when they were all, whatever. See, we have moles, we have certain moles. And it got back to us that, this is so dumb. This guy speaks in 3-word groups. What are you talking about? Bro, for real. Come on now. Fucking bitch. Anyway, but I don't care, you know me, I don't care. But I am challenging myself to kind of be a little bit more cohesive, coherent, less rambly. Anyway, 3-word groups. God forbid the 3-word group. Oh my God. This guy, he's clearly a shill.
any sense financially. The only person that benefits from Adam Aron's nonsense is the hedges. So all you or all you people that are still supporting Adam Aron and are attacking me and leaving me these nasty messages that I don't know what Adam Aron's purpose is. I can't see what he's doing, that he knows something that I don't know, and all this other nonsense. That is absolute bullshit. Okay?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Bullshit. It's bullshit, huh? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't even know what he was talking about. Probably is bullshit. But I mean, like, who cares? So somebody's attacking you online. Oh, okay.
All you guys can't give me one legitimate reason for announcing that dilution.
You can't give one legitimate reason. Um, yeah, okay, this it is work. All right, because they need to raise fucking money. Be no, that can't be it.
350 million right after we have the best earnings report in the history of AMC.
Well, see, no, you didn't though. You didn't have the best earnings report in the history of the company. Why are you saying that? Where are you getting that from? We're gonna look into that. We're gonna look into that question. Um, but let's be unequivocal about that. No, you didn't just have the greatest earnings report in the history of earnings reports in a company's 106-year history. That's just not true. That's not even what they claimed. That's not even what they claimed. They claimed it was the highest revenue. See, now I don't even know. I just looked at it. I got it right here. Hang on. I got it right here. I thought I did. Shit. Here it is. Yes. Revenues exceeded $1.4 billion. Adjusted EBITDA. Adjusted EBITDA. It's not even EBITDA. It's adjusted EBITDA. Okay, cool. Was 194 million for both revenue and adjusted EBITDA. Okay, so revenue and adjusted EBITDA. All right, cool. These were AMC's most successful third quarter results in our company's entire 103-year history. By definition, being greater than the third quarter of pre-pandemic 2019. Wow. Whoever wrote this is clearly a graduate of the John Johnson School of Redundancy School. Because, like, okay, the company's entire 103-year history. By definition, being greater than the third quarter, okay, of pre-pandemic 2019. I forgot actually. Was 2019 pre or post pan? I don't know. I'm glad that they clarified for the the geriatric uh God for the second consecutive quarter, AMC reported positive net income and we ended the quarter with 730 million of cash. This all suggests that we are well underway on our growth path to recovery from the ravages of the COVID pandemic. I mean, this is some florid ass language. The ravages, the growth path. Well, I've never heard it called a growth path. I've heard a glide path, like a landing path, but now I didn't know we were on a growth path. Okay. Well, we're on a growth path. And how are we gauging this growth? Well, we're using revenue and adjusted EBITDA. Of course. What else would we use? What in the actual fuck? Right? All right. So I'm sorry here, Donnie, but no, I want to hear it again because he's so mad and maybe it's because of the bullshit happening in the background. And also, Pet Rock Miner, hello. You were a requested presence here tonight. So it's either serendipity or creepy that you're here. I'm going to go with former. But hello, welcome. Lynn is clairvoyant or something. I don't know. No, she's not clairvoyant. She's just a goddamn witch. She just made it happen. She did a spell. A dead witch. Okay. Anyways, let's hear this again. I love this. You can't give me one legitimate reason why they needed to do.
I can't see what he's doing, that he knows something that I don't know, and all this other nonsense. That is absolute bullshit. Okay? That is absolute bullshit. All you guys can't give me one legitimate reason for announcing that dilution of 350 million right after we have the best earnings report in the history of AMC.
So this is how freely misinformation flows from one source to many. This is a one to many phenomenon here, unfortunately. So, this is straight up misinformation. I'm harping on this. I know. By the all right. Well, anyway,
of 350 million right after we have the best earnings report in the history of AMC. Okay? You guys are attacking me. You guys are telling me nonsense, but not one of you can give me a legitimate reason for Aron doing what he did today or this.
I'm pretty sure that we just have a legitimate reason thrown out in the chat. One of potentially a few legitimate reasons. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, and yeah, I really, yes, you could break down the EBITDA conceptually and say something like that in nominal, non-inflation adjusted terms. Great. Well, that's fantastic. I mean, that's realistic. That's a realistic measure, right? It's something that we can feel good about. It's the best ever. Oh, well, actually, it's the best third quarter in terms of revenue and and adjusted, skewed, biased, you know, booked EBITDA. But who's these are details that just this is irrelevant to what we're talking about. I mean, look, it says it exceeded 1.4 billion. I mean, they must have sold a crap ton of popcorn. That's all I can say. I can't wait to dig into these numbers. Adjusted EBITDA was 194 million. Okay, we're on the growth path. The growth path. Oh, again, first time I've heard that here. It was a glide. They were lit. He was literally talking about a landing last time. Now he's talking about a takeoff. How did we go from landing to take? I don't know. Who fucking knows? But Aron continued, quote, "What is perhaps most impressive of all is that our success in the third quarter came at a time when our attendance at the domestic box office in the quarter was still 16% below comparable pre-pandemic 2019 levels. By definition, that success is because our contribution per patron was up 30% versus 2019. You don't fucking say. Really? I wonder why it would be up 30%. Holy fuck. Our overall profitability has improved in part from all the actions we have taken over the past 3.5 years, including uh uh I saw this comment from Lynn. Including what? Including shit. Innovative marketing and pricing initiatives that have significantly increased per patron spend. Pricing initiatives that have pricing initiatives. Well, what pricing initiatives do we know that they instituted? Well, we know that they tried the sightlines thing, which was a complete failure. No, it turns out people don't want to pay more to sit in the middle of a fucking theater. Who knew? Who knew? I'm not sure what other pricing initiatives there are, other than raising prices. Significantly increased per patron spend. Okay, yeah. Inflation? I don't know. Especially in our high margin food and beverage business. Oh, there he is mentioning F&B. So this number obviously is going to be higher in this quarter. I mean, that's I'll say it. That's obvious, right? That's obvious, right? Wink, wink, wink. Sorry, let me do it properly. Wink, wink, wink. 3 words only. The pruning of our theater fleet. Wow. I wonder if he wrote this. I wonder if he composed this over a glass of prune juice. It kind of sounds like it. By closing marginally performing theaters, marginal theater. These are those theaters that exist on the edge of the page, those marginal theaters. God, this is so fucking sloppy. I swear to God, who fucking wrote this? And what the fuck were they doing when they wrote it? Besides drinking prune juice and opening successful new ones, as well as a continued focus to manage expenses in a challenging inflationary environment, unquote. Okay. That is a bunch of gobbledygook. Aron added, looking ahead to the fourth quarter of 2023, we could not be more pleased by the success of our first ever theatrical movie release, Taylor Swift, The Eras Tour. It will be followed by Renaissance, a film by Beyonce. Oh, I can't wait. Fuck me. We extend our sincerest appreciation. These results are encouraging. They make us more confident than ever about the long-term relevance and prospects for moviegoing in the many years ahead. Having said that, the short-term impacts of the writers and actors strikes will cause additional and needless challenges for AMC in 2024. Needless. Needless challenges. Okay. Without taking sides as to who is to blame and how the labor challenges should be resolved, we strongly encourage all the parties involved to come to the negotiating table with the intent of reaching an agreement immediately. There has been and will be much collateral damage from these lengthy work stoppages. Work stoppages, yes. For the benefit of all involved in the movie ecosystem, that is a damaged ecosystem. I think that ecosystem is on the endangered species list. This months-long disharmony, god damn, this is needs to come to an end now. This months-long disharmony, it needs to come to an end now. It needs to, whether one thinks of a studio executive or a union member in the creative community. Yes, because so many common threads. It is ever so important that everyone in Hollywood returns to the task of creating world-class entertainment that is admired and greatly enjoyed the world over in an AMC theater with AMC popcorn and watered down soda. I mean, maybe I'm just like fatigued, from almost 3 years of this garbage, listening to this fucking clown and these clowns. So please let me know if you think that I'm just being whatever, um, you know.
You're being a little bitch.
Okay, all right, Scott. But isn't this full of some of the stupidest, most euphemistically dumb language? Like, I again, maybe I'm just like just kind of like sick of all of this snake oil bullshit. But the disharmony needs to come to an end now. It's ever important. Everyone returns to the task of creating world-class entertainment that is admired and greatly enjoyed the world over. Why don't you fucking throw another goddamn adjective in there? Fuck. I mean, seriously. It's greatly enjoyed the world over. The world over. Okay? Like the float sold over many times is what that's a reference to clearly. So, yes, I mean, clearly Adam Aron is saying that the squeeze is going to happen with this. Anyway, so Donnie George is wrong. What's new? What's new? But it's not the best quarter ever. It's not even one of the best ever, unless you look at revenue and adjusted EBITDA. So take the actual numbers and subtract a bunch of shit from them that is unfavorable, and then you get adjusted EBITDA, and wow, that number is a lot better. Who would have ever thought? Who would have ever thought? And let's present that number even on platforms like TradingView. So when I come on here to look at the fucking earnings, here's the little earnings E. What do we get? Oh, they reported 0.8. They reported 8 cents a share. The estimate was we're going to lose a quarter, and they made 8 cents. Wow, they beat earnings. Wow, that's amazing. And revenue, well, yeah, they beat that too. They don't even tell you on here. They're not even using the actual fucking numbers. That's how slimy this shit is. That's how slimy this shit is. So, now I don't think I'm going to get an argument from this guy about the slime, but you know, if I needed people to agree with me about the slime, we'd be done a long time ago. That's not what it's about. So anyway,
This morning, okay?
all right.
Nonsense, but not one of you can give me a legitimate reason.
Don't you love when people say stuff like this too? You can't give me a legitimate reason. Okay, I feel that I can. Well, that's not a legitimate reason. In your opinion, it's not. So now this clown, this fucking Muppet, is the arbiter. He is the judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to what is legitimate. I'm sorry, but nah. There is nothing legitimate about this guy. There's nothing legitimate about anything that he said, which means that there are plenty of legitimate reasons he will not accept because he's a wannabe cult leader. Wannabe, failed cult leader. The only reason I'm saying that is because if he were really a cult leader, he would have more than 4 dislikes on this video. But of course, since mostly the dislikes are hidden, you have a highly skewed like scenario. So the like-dislike thing is irrelevant when it comes to gauging popularity. As everybody knows by now, it's meaningless. Oh, you can choose between this. You can choose between these two things, but we're only going to tell other people what you chose if you choose the first thing. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Google has lost the fucking plot. Okay.
For Adam Aron doing what he did today or this morning, okay? Not one of you guys And not only that, the markets already knew from yesterday what was going to happen. Okay? He didn't even give us a couple of hours to enjoy.
Enjoy what?
The
Losing a
the earnings.
few cents less? Losing a few cents less in your ridiculously stupid positions. And by the way, you wouldn't have enjoyed it. You didn't enjoy it. You don't enjoy it. And in fact, I can point to other videos where you sit there and say, oh, AMC is not up because of earnings. It's not up because of Taylor Swift. It's up because of some stupid blah, blah, blah. What the fuck, bro? How? I mean, this is a real person. I don't even think this is a real person. This is not real. I'm sorry. New opinion, new rule. This guy is a fucking NPC. This guy is this guy is code. This guy is a fucking executable file. There's no way. There's no way. Oh wait, what's that? He's from Florida. Okay, never mind. God damn it.
I don't even enjoy the earnings.
Sorry, Manny.
He shut us down right away to let us know.
Well,
Psychologically,
you should have known that he would do that because that's what he does every time. That's what he does. I mean, there are no more than half a dozen times over the last 2 years that Adam Aron single-handedly put up roadblocks in the direct path of this short squeeze. It's like those stanchions that pop out of the ground that block cars or whatever from driving into a building, but they pop out of the ground like at the last moment. Kind of funny. And that's what he does every time. He fucking cock blocks you like you have never been. So why did you think it would be any different? I mean, fuck. If that's the case, why didn't you fucking go? If the goal is to make money, then why the fuck didn't you? If you knew this would happen, because this is what he always does, then why the fuck didn't you short it? I don't know. Because you don't want to be an evil person who goes to hell, I guess. Okay. All right. And let's see, it's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your shares are? I'm gonna open up a Telegram voice chat here in just a little bit. So if anybody wants to jump in, please do, because this is losing my mind here. Clearly.
that the hedges run the show and that he is a puppet for his hedgy masters. And
I mean, that is so fucking close to defamation. It would be, if this guy were anybody, it's like me sitting here talking about bullshit, spouting off about stuff. I don't want, whatever. I'm not worried about being sued for that because I know I am a nobody, right? I'm just, that is the key to happiness. Knowing yourself, right? Know thyself. So, but he thinks that he's, this big influencer or whatever with 17,000 subscribers and whatnot. I'm sorry. Like, he's getting awfully fucking close for my, taste. Anyway. Yeah.
and anybody who thinks different, then you know what? I think you're dumb money. If you think
oh, that's so hurtful. I think you're dumb money. You are the dumbest of fucking dumb, bro. You are a brain dead money. This guy is the embodiment of brain dead fucking money. Just look at him. There is nothing fucking there. You can either look at the vacuous appearance of this fucking clown as he repeats his fucking phrases, or you can listen to what he's actually saying. exercise caution if you both look at him and listen to him. I'm not responsible for what dumbass decisions might come out of that. All right. I got to just let this go. I can't.
Benefit the hedges, then you are dumb money.
You're dumb money.
Some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think that Adam Aron's
You are the dumbest of dumb.
was meant to?
You're brain dead money. You think I don't even know what this guy thinks. I don't even know what they think anymore. I guess generally they think that it's going to be a short squeeze at some point. I mean, god damn. Yes, yes, you are fucking dumb money because you can't see what's right in front of you. You are so uneducated and so unwilling. You're willfully ignorant to the point where you're calling other people dumb money because they maybe happen to believe in a company or a CEO or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a great decision. I don't really care. They're all fucking scammers, if you ask me. They're all scammers. So I would never get emotionally involved with anything like that to the point where, this would happen. God, fuck. All right. Anyway, um, happy Veterans Day to Donnie, Al, CSI, the Marine, Spencer, and Marantz. Yes, our brave vets. They put it all on the line so that they could come back and grift about AMC or GameStop. Isn't that something? I mean, that's part, and you know what? That's part of the deal. That is part of the deal. It's part of the deal when you want to live in a free society. There's going to be people saying stuff, not only that you don't agree with, but that is 100% wrong, unequivocally. There is no question. There is no question whatsoever among anybody with an active count of brain cells that on balance volume, for example, does not tell you that apes are buying and holding. Let's just use that as an example. We've debunked that so many times. You know, it's kind of just like a joke at this point. But that's a fact. No, you are misusing that indicator. There's no question about that whatsoever among anybody, again, with an actively countable number of brain cells. But uh, they just take it to a whole another level. It's just crazy. Meme stock veterans. So yeah, the veterans, you're gonna have people saying stuff that not only that you disagree with, but that is 100% wrong. And the reality is that, those guys, Al went to, I don't know where, somewhere to fight the terrorists so that I could be protected in calling him brain dead. Essentially, I mean, that's the way I like to think about it. Most people flip that around. Oh, these, I got to be careful. I'm gonna get scalped alive here. Because it sounds like I'm being disrespectful to veterans. Um, but you know what? They went and fought for my right to be disrespectful to them. Let me put it to you that way. Okay. So, point being here is that uh, you have to take the good with the bad. You have to take the brain dead with the brilliant. I like that. You have to take the brain dead with the brilliant. But it is, you know, Yeah, you can take the brain dead. Sure. Yeah, we have to let them talk, right? We have to let them come out with these videos. But that makes it even more incumbent and critical that this be countered by some pushback. And that's all what I've been trying to do for the last, 2 years, basically. Is just offer some pushback, another perspective. I mean, one that's based on evidence, fact, real definitions of things. That's all. I don't know anything that anybody else can't know. And in that sense, it's, like I'm not really doing anything here. But anyway, I digress. All right.
Or help his hedgy buddies. Anyway, have a great day. God bless.
Right.
I appreciate
Again, here's that false dichotomy.
comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think that Aron's actions today was meant to help us or help his hedgy buddies?
Was it meant to help the retail investors or was it meant to help his hedgy buddies? Well, Don, no. Okay. That's an inclusive or. No. It was meant to bolster the fucking finances of the goddamn company that he is the CEO of. That's the assumption that you should be running under. But because you have whatever, no, it must either be he's trying to help us or he's trying to help them. No. I mean, you have to look at this like whatever happens in the market is going to happen. Like the company is going to do what they feel is the right thing to do. Everybody, and every entity and institution makes decisions. And some of them are right in the long run, and some of them are not so great in the long run, or they're just terrible in the long run. But nevertheless, in the moment, you're doing the best you can with the amount of information that you have at the time, and you reserve the right to be wrong and revise things, yes. But you have to just go with something at some point. A good plan today is better than a perfect plan tomorrow. The thing that you actually get started on today is probably going to be better in the long run than something that you just sit and think about forever and ever and never actually get started on. Oh, I'll do that tomorrow. So, but could you imagine any type of proactive thinking from these clients? No. But anyway, they're doing what they think is best for the company's long-term success. Whatever happens like in a short-term market reaction, that's the short-term market reaction. Like don't let it hurt your feelings. Because the market is irrational, stupid, and it's like you can't everybody thinks they know why things happen. And I don't think anybody has a fucking clue why anything happens. I don't think anybody, especially people who are loudly screaming at everyone what they believe was the reason that things happened. Those people, especially your Jim Cramers, your CNBC at large, all of these people on Twitter, these, Pulte types and whatever, PP types and Pulte types and whatever, whoever. I don't think they have a fucking clue. Just like the rest of us have no fucking clue. And I'm not the only one who thinks this, by the way. I got Tom Sosnoff on my fucking side here. So he readily admits he has no fucking clue and he doesn't think anybody has a clue. And I've thought that for a long time, especially the part about me not having the fucking clue. I've always thought that. But anyway, all right. Well, let's move on here.
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto.
I'm so happy he brought the applause back. It makes me think that he's actually smart and popular. Okay.
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. Breaking news on AMC. I had a video earlier, technical issues. Here we are now. AMC stock tumbles as company announces $350 million share offering. So,
I mean, here's an example right here. And in this instance, I'm actually highlighting the Yahoo Finance side, not the stock and crypto creep side. But AMC stock tumbles as company announces 350 million share offering. And I've seen some interesting piece of research or whatever commentary on this notion of the way that financial media words their headlines and their assertions. Like they're not really saying that they are, but they're not. They're not saying in explicit language that that the stock went down because of this $350 million share offering, but it's highly implied, right? AMC stock tumbles as it's happening concurrently with the announcement, not as a result. It happened at the same time. Now, how would it be different? AMC stock tumbles because company offer, AMC stock tumbles as a result of. No, it says as. That's like a concurrent. That's implying concurrency. It's interesting, isn't it? I think it is. Because yeah, you can't really technically accuse them, but they are obviously, in my opinion here. You're supposed to read this and come away with, they sold $350 million worth of shares, and that's why the stock tumbled. And maybe it is. I'm not saying that it is or it isn't. See what I'm saying? Okay, good. All right.
how do they come up with that? They say it's at market value. So,
All right. Well, let me go back because he's already launched into some retardation.
Crypto Plays. Breaking news on AMC. I had a video earlier, technical issues. Here we are now. AMC stock tumbles as company announces $350 million share offering. So how do they come up with that? They say it's at market value. So were they saying, at $10 a share or $8? It's very confusing. Initially, I thought it was 350 million shares, but now I'm thinking it's $350 million.
I mean, is it really that fucking confusing? You're talking about a division problem here. You're just talking about a fucking division problem. Oh my God. Oh, it's so cumbersome. I can't believe it. Oh, fuck.
Worth of shares. So how many shares actually is it? I don't see a Form 8K yet. So if you know, comment below so we can get the details. So AMC stock is.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that. I happen to have that shit right here. Somewhere. Here it is. Right in here. I think it's this one. Unbelievable. No, this is the vote. Maybe it's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah. What does Fidelity say about AMC buying versus selling? I'm not sure. I've had trouble finding that site lately. I don't know why. Wow, are we up against like football tonight or something? Like where is seriously a fucking American football game is more exciting than looking at these Muppets? I don't know. Fidelity, let's see, orders by customers. Stock research. Okay. Okay, and Model 3 Dude is offering, a logical, scenario here. my point is just, we've heard before that, and we've heard before from the AMC influencers, actually, the grifter influencers in 2021 and early 2022. At the same time, they were railing against share dilution. They were also saying, well, people like Rico and other, cycle retards, they were saying stuff like, well, actually, AMC goes up on dilution. When AMC adds shares, the prices goes up. It's not like other stocks. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if he still thinks that. Um, and I don't know. I don't even know. I don't. I have no idea. Let's see. I wonder if he's even gonna let me log into my Fidelity account. Nope. I've been inactive for too long. Somebody with an active Fidelity account maybe can check it out. Anyway, yeah, they've restricted. It's awesome. Okay. On November 9th, AMC entered into an equity distribution agreement. From time to time, having an aggregate offering price of 350 million. Okay. I mean, here, Donahue, here's some legitimate reasons right now. The company intends to use the net proceeds, if any, from the sale to bolster liquidity, repay, refinance, redeem, or repurchase its existing indebtedness, including expenses, accrued interest, and premium, if any, and for general corporate purposes. That's legitimate. Sounds legitimate to me. I don't know. But I mean, we could just do the freaking math for 350 million. 43 million shares. Volume today was 29 million. Volume yesterday was 63 million. So, but yesterday was a net green. I mean, okay, yeah, it was way down, gap down, whatever. But I mean, it was a green candle that rose from a lower price and ended up closing higher. But I mean, it's just kind of like shorting. We don't know. We don't know when this took place. I mean, we'll find out once the transactions are enumerated in another filing, I guess. And then I guess, well, anyway. But yeah, look at that. So buying, selling volume is saying, oh, I got to turn the labels on. Buying, selling volume is saying 32 million buying, 30 million selling. Pretty goddamn close to equal. A little bit more buying, supposedly, based on this tick analysis of price and volume, and did the price go up or down? So, and this is what the candle looked like. So, I don't know. It's interesting. Cleanup operation. I don't know. And of course, this is all also, seems fairly legitimate too, because you're looking at a $2, it's almost 20% drop. I don't think, let's see. No, we'll have to wait. I guess we'll have to wait until Monday. And is that a holiday? Anyway, it's in order to see it reflected over in ortex, shares returned. But so T plus 2, you'll see this. Fuck me. You'll see this. Why is it doing that? Freaking magnet was on. Any short covering that is included in this candle, the security loans. Oh, fuck you with your God. Will be reflected in the ortex data from the next trading day here. So I guess we'll look forward to that, seeing that. Okay. But this was all an operation to help the hedgies. It has nothing to do with AMC's liquidity and all that. That's just garbage. It's clearly it was to help Adam Aron's hedge fund buddies because they had such a phenomenal quarter with record earnings, record profit, record popcorn, record everything. Okay, continuing.
It's tanking once again, and it has to do with investor fears about their shares being diluted. On Thursday, the movie chain filed to offer up to $350 million in stock. Let's click that. Well, I don't want to get out of here and I don't want to lose it, but later I'm going to click that little blue thing and see if it takes us there. AMC said in the filing that it would use the funds to bolster liquidity, repay debt.
We just read that,
refinance, redeem, or repurchase its existing indebtedness. Disgusting. And for general corporate,
it's disgusting. How dare they use that? What is this guy's problem? What? Yeah, that's disgusting. It's so disgusting that a company would want or say that it's going to do those things. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, are you fucking kidding me with those fucking glasses? I mean, what is this guy? This guy's a clown.
And for general corporate purposes, I wonder what that means. Do you know Adam Aron is like the highest?
Well, if you had any fucking business sense whatsoever, you might understand what it means. Okay. Jesus Christ. It's not their job to explain how business works to adults.
Highest paid CEO, and he's the worst performing CEO. Corporate purposes and for general corporate purposes. I wonder what that means. Do you know Adam Aron is like the highest paid CEO and he's the worst performer?
Adam Aron is the highest paid CEO. Really? Really? I don't really think so. I don't think so, Tim. I think you're wrong there. Do I need to, I mean, the highest paid CEO. Oh, this is new. I haven't heard this one yet. Where'd you read that? Well, let me guess. That sounds like a zero hedge hot take. Huh? I don't know. What the fuck?
Performing CEO. He made like $22 million more than almost all the CEOs that there are.
What?
Shares fell 20.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Adam Aron. Yeah, man. Yeah, boy, Tim Cook got nothing on at that Adam Aron. Oh man, you thought Tim Apple was highly overpaid. Wow, you ever seen that Adam Aron? Oh, that Adam Aron. Oh boy, you ever seen his sweaters? Oh my God, dude, what the fuck? You were a fucking clown muppet. Fucking. Oh God.
20% on the news before paring some of their losses.
Paring. Haring. Ah, I see. Oh, okay. I see that you are literally an idiot.
A criminal thief, worse than Bernie Madoff. Okay, a criminal thief.
What?
Adam Aron. He should be in prison for the rest of his life for these financial crimes.
Fuck. What a grifter. Oh, you can literally see him going in and out of grifter mode here. It's so fascinating. God, it's absolutely fucking fascinating. Watch and learn. Grifting.
The guy's a criminal
in
thief.
grifter mode.
Bernie Madoff, okay? A criminal thief, Adam Aron. He should be in prison.
Out of grifter mode.
For the
back in grifter mode.
For
that was fucking dude. Oh my God. Wow. I mean, how do you expect me to take this fucking guy seriously? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna let it play and shut the fuck up for a little bit. Don't ask me if I am doing drugs over here. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Worse than Bernie Madoff, okay?
You know, it may be necessary sometimes to speak in 3-word groups. Let's get high.
The guy's a criminal thief, worse than Bernie Madoff, okay? A criminal thief, Adam Aron. He should be in prison for the rest of his life for these financial crimes. AMC shares already sold off earlier this year, blah, blah, blah. The stock fell 20% in September when AMC announced it planned to sell up to 40 million shares. So every time we create some momentum, Adam Aron comes out and he crashes the stock.
Boom, there it is.
Specifically
Every time.
for the reporting.
Yes, he did.
Amazing.
He specifically waited.
The best earnings in the 103-year history, he said.
No, that's again not true. The best earnings in the 103-year history. I don't think so, Tim. This is fantastic.
He specifically waited.
He specifically waited. How do you know? Did you call him up? Did you call that woman in Brooklyn? Come on. Come on.
For the reporting of the amazing, great earnings, the best earnings in the 103-year history, he said, right? He's
wrong.
So, but then he strategically chose to release the news that he would be selling $350 million of AMC stock. He immediately reported that news right after the earnings, just so AMC stock would not go up. It's not an opinion. It's who does this kind of stuff. Only criminals that are trying to destroy a...
Not an opinion, only fact. Then you literally go on to explain precisely why it's not a fact. Like, if it were a fact, there would have been factual evidence given. But instead, we got a straw man. Did you pick up on that straw man there? You're slacking if you didn't. Who does this besides criminals? Yeah, that's a straw man argument. That means that you have absolutely jack fucking shit to actually prove your actual fucking point. Because you're actually a fucking grifter, muppet, non-playable fucking cunt. All right?
So AMC stock would not go up. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. Who does this kind of stuff? Only criminals that are trying to destroy a company. And day one, Adam, criminal thief, con artist, Aron, has been doing all of...
It's more efficient to just say Adam Enron, and it's more funny too. Instead of giving him all those middle names, just go with Adam Enron. Fax entered the chat. Fax says, nah, brah, not today. So I just left the chat. Yes. Yeah. Where have all the facts, where have all the good facts gone? I don't know.
All of this is my strong opinions. None of this is financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor.
Hold on. Didn't he just say it was a fact? Now he's saying it's an opinion. What? All right, I'm going to shut up and just let it play. I swear.
To destroy a company. And since day one, that's what Adam, criminal thief, con artist, Aron, has been doing. All of this is my strong opinions. None of this is financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Everything I tell you is for entertainment purposes only. So, in August, Delaware court approved the merger between AMC and AMC preferred shares that made all outstanding AMC common stock ape into AMC. AMC also executed a 10-for-1 reverse stock split theft campaign at the time. Those are my words, theft campaign. AMC...
Oh, really?
Aaron previously said the stock conversion was crucial to AMC having proper cash balances in 24 and 25, which he stole those 90% of shares, crashed the stock, didn't pay off any debt with it, okay? Just so you know. He did that to get the naked short sellers out of hot water. That's why he did that. That's why he came up with APE. That's why you lost 40% of your AMC value on day one as soon as APE came out. That's why he sold 100 million APE to Antara Capital for 66 cents per share. And that's why Antara Capital sold it all after the vote, not long after the vote. They sold it all, okay? So Adam Aron sold it to Antara to rig the vote and to win the vote. As soon as they won the vote, they sold it, right? And then Adam Aron cancels APE, totally cancels it. So he came up with the APE scam just to rig the vote. As soon as he did that,
no, it was combined. And rig the vote. I mean, okay. But it doesn't really matter anyway, because the whole reason that, you know what, Jason, the whole reason that Adam Enron had to do this is because, and again, I'll use his words, because retail investors expressed their opposition to share offerings in 2021, even though, according to Rico and other cycle retards, that AMC goes up on dilution. I guess they were nervous about it, or they weren't really fully feeling it or something. They wanted an insurance policy. I don't know. But they got nervous, and so then they said, hey, you know what? No more shares until we get our squeeze. Well, Adam Aron heard that, and he doesn't like to be probably, he if he puts something out there, he wants to probably get what he wants. So, and he didn't this time in terms of the vote for these proposals. But so, rather than being defeated or whatever, they just didn't even ask shareholders for the ability to dilute and add equity, sell shares, and get money on a primary market kind of basis. Like the only way that AMC actually benefits from this whole fucking charade that we call a stock market. That is the only time that it even matters. So to say the things that he's saying really shows a lack of any type of understanding. I mean, it's not even it's a lack of any type of understanding. But he's going through this whole QAnon, Matt Drudge conspiracy theory here. Okay. And none of this is substantiated by fact. And in fact, if you look at the facts, I mean, the actual facts as they're documented, as we have access to, it's a pretty decent narrative. I mean, it makes sense. There's no glaring like, that doesn't make sense, or why would they do that? No, pretty much straight, by the book in terms of, oh, company in debt, company need money, number go down, it's all, there's nothing here. There's nothing remarkable. With standard issue, zombie corporation, fighting for relevance, whatever. We know all the narratives. But because you got a group of, inexperienced first timer, and that's wild. There are people who probably have never closed a trade, who are literally waiting for a trade that they can close. It would be the first time they ever close a trade, and it'll be for millions of dollars per share. Like, you can't still be thinking that now, right? Like, I'm sorry, even the most even the most carnal of knowledge requires practice, doesn't it? Like, so we're not talking about something like that natural. We're not talking about anything that is natural here. We're talking about a stock market. We're talking about, a social, financial marketplace. So do you think that you're going to be awesome at it the first time? Like, Eh, I said this in 2021. I'll say it again. I stand by it, and it's probably true until this whole thing's done. There are people who, in the event that there would be a short squeeze on AMC, so hypothetically, if there were a massive short squeeze, you have plenty of people. I don't want to wager a guess on how many, but you have a handful of people at least who would still end up losing money because they've literally never traded. They are literally waiting for the one perfect life-changing wealth, generational wealth trade. Well, we all know that does not happen. That does not exist. Yes, okay, anything's possible, but no, it's not going to happen. That doesn't happen. Just don't count on it. Don't even think about it. It's not real. So you can't eat all of the food that you need for an entire year in one sitting. You have to eat a little bit each day. Money is kind of the same way. Like we don't get paid, most of us don't get paid in lump sums of all of the income that we would make in a year. We get paid a little bit every couple weeks. Isn't it always smarter to take the annuity rather than the lump sum? I mean, I think so. But, you know, again, we're not talking about a lottery, but that's a whole other angle that I didn't actually think about because theoretically, if this did happen and you had all these fucking clowns that became billionaires overnight, they would be getting it in lump sums. You would have 1 million billionaires. I'm sorry, 4.1 million billionaires who would all be taking the lump sum. Wow, that would be a fucking disaster. God help the society that has to deal with and clean that up. And I, for one, thank our lucky stars collectively as a nation and as a wider global society across global Wall Street. Always wanted to say that won't happen here. And odds are it won't ever happen. But God, that would be a fucking mess. A bunch of people taking the lump sum. You would have a run on Lambos. You would have a run on crayons. You would have you you would have a run on I don't know, all kinds of things. Hmm. Anyway, don't take the lump sum.
He canceled Ape. You understand that? And
Now, what they need to come out with is a way that I can not take the lump sum of my losses. Now, that would be innovative. Can I buy now, pay later my losses? Asking for a friend.
reverse split, 10-to-1 reverse split to steal 90% of your shares.
Blah, 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 blah.
Report the best Q3 earnings, which we knew were going to be the best Q3 earnings.
Oh,
Best in 103 years. Then comes out with this disgusting dilution news that he's going to dilute AMC really hard. And what happens? AMC stock crashes based on his disgusting move.
but I mean, that doesn't mean that it won't go back up. I mean, just out of, in a vacuum here, just out of context, just because it goes down on one day, I mean, you should fucking know that that's not the end of the story. It sounds like I'm trying to console or something. Trust me, I'm not. But it's just the truth. Like, okay, so it went down today. All right, let's take the opposite example. The NASDAQ 100, the Qs, if you will, went up a lot today. I've been very much a perma bear. Not really, but I've been very much, nursing a bearish bias Do I think it's dumb? Do I think it's ridiculous? Do I think it's not going to? Yeah, absolutely I do. But I realize that the higher it goes, okay, the likelihood, the probabilities shift. And so you can use that to your advantage, okay? Even on something that's dumb as AMC or not. Or or you can just bitch about it, or you can, bitch about it. Or you can take the lessons and go to some other thing and trade that. But I'm just saying, okay, like there's another trading day. It could totally change. And I'm counting on that, not on AMC, but I'm counting on based on probabilistic statistical kind of viewpoint. I don't say analysis, viewpoint. Uh, Analysis makes it sound like I'm using Excel and stuff like that. I'm going more conceptual, shooting from the hip, but nonetheless, I mean, you have 9, 10 days up, at certain levels, that kind of viewpoint, a 10,000 foot, a 39,000 foot viewpoint. Like he's so mad about the stock being down, and it's like, why? You weren't going to sell anyway. You're waiting for these astronomical numbers. What am I missing? I don't know. Obviously missing a lot. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Comment below. Should Aron be fired? I have my Twitter X. I have a poll going right now. 80% of the people say Aron should be fired immediately. What do you think? And if you want to vote on that poll, just go to my Twitter X, Stocks and Crypto Plays. Vote on my poll, okay? The stock moves on Thursday, overshadowed with Wall Street red. Overseas positive earnings report on Wednesday night, as well as potential tailwinds from the end of this labor strike. Yeah, so the Actors Guild strike's fully over now, so we should have been skyrocketing. AMC should have been skyrocketing. Disney skyrocketed today.
No.
They skyrocketed today.
Oh, yeah. That's funny. But see, okay, yeah, like he thinks that, oh, the writer strike's over. The actor strike was just tentatively agreed to resolution. So the stock should be skyrocketing as a result. Well, I was just reading a fucking article. Like, I think I still have it up here, actually. Yes, I do. Getting Hollywood back up and running won't be easy. And before, lest ye say that this is a FUD article designed to entice the AMC retail shareholders to sell their shares. AMC's not mentioned in here. It doesn't really talk about fucking exhibitors. It doesn't talk about theaters. It's not about theaters. Okay. So no, shut the fuck up before you even say it. It's not that. It's talking about what it says it talks about. That getting Hollywood back up, getting anything back up and running after it's been idle for months is difficult. Again, it's like you have to know something about business or the wider world that you're just not going to get from like a basement viewpoint. I'm sorry. But anyway, I was just reading this article before the stream earlier, and it's talking about this kind of, these issues, precisely why Jason is wrong. You read this article and you realize, no, there's actually no reason to think it's unreasonable and stupid to think that this would cause movie theater stocks to go to the moon instantly. That's so dumb. Okay. Plus they had to keep, one of the things it mentions is they had to keep leases on a lot of the production facilities that they were using, even though they weren't using them. They had to remain ready to use. And of course, you don't want to strike everything and then have to rebuild and recreate scenes, and then you're going to run into inconsistencies and whatever. So they opted to, and of course, they probably were optimistic. They didn't think it would last as long, but of course it did. because those goddamn entitled ass artists and writers, they think creative people should not be entitled to think they are owed anything. Damn it. They should make art for free and they shouldn't even get paid gas money for it. I'm kidding. But you know, they didn't think it would last us. I don't know if anybody did. Anyway, so they wasted a lot of money just trying to keep things at a point where they could more easily get everything back up and running. And even with those things that they did, it's still going to be hard. So that tells you that, you know, it's just no clue whatsoever. No, you're not going to instantly go for the fucking moon. They haven't even finished filming a lot of these movies. And that's another issue. There's not enough summertime. Well, technically, there is no summertime left, but there isn't enough and I guess maybe we're not even talking about LA. I don't know. They might not get everything filmed this year for shit that needs to come out next year. So even though the fucking strike is resolved, they still might not get the shit done in time. So fuck you, stock and crypto creep. You are so fucking wrong. It could be classified as fractal wrongness. Yes, it could. It is.
Based on the labor strike ending, AMC should have skyrocketed too, but they didn't because of Aron's dilution.
What the fuck? No.
Loss per share was narrower than the.
It's because of your diluted. It's because of your diluted. I want to say intellect, but I want to.
20 cents loss that the street had expected. By the way, AMC was positive 8 cents per share earnings, positive 8 cents per share earnings, not negative. The way they came up with it to say it was negative was they added debt in there. And they never do that. How are you going to add debt in there and say we're negative earnings per share? Because we were positive 8 cents per share. Do your research. We were positive $12 million.
Oh,
NET.
Oh my God. Positive $12 million. And I don't even think that he's fucking right about this. But we'll look because, you know, we might as well at least get it right. Here it is. Oh, look at this. Okay. Okay. Here's what he was talking about. Net earnings or loss 12.3 and it's not in parenthesis. So that means it's a positive number. Okay. Cool. Net cash provided by diluted earnings loss per share. They're saying 8 cents. So what do we have here? And then we get to the famed adjusted EBITDA, right? The 193.7, which is the record, supposedly. Oh boy. Adjusted net loss, 13 million. Adjusted diluted loss per share, 9 cents. So there's the 9 cents. They have some tables later that go for the explain the non-GAAP, I guess. But yeah, right. So I don't know about them not usually doing it, because if I remember correctly, I don't have to remember. Here's the last earnings. And they show they show 8 cents and they show 1.34 billion, okay? And we need the fuck. Okay. I can't do it on here. But do you see what I'm getting at? What I'm getting at here is they're going to use whatever numbers are the most favorable. They're going to use whichever numbers make them look the best. And it might be, adjusted EPS and non-GAAP adjusted cooked EBITDA for revenue. Or it might be the opposite. Or it might be the actual numbers, GAAP numbers for both. Or it might be the EBITDA for both. It's whatever is going to look the fucking best, because the whole name of the game is to sell worthless shit at inflated prices. That's it. That's all of this is. You have a worthless fucking product. And I don't care if you're talking about AMC or Apple or Tesla or any company, even if they're profitable. At the end of the day, we're talking about made up shares in a company. We say that there are this many shares, and so they're worth this amount. Okay, great. These people are willing to pay this much. Okay, awesome. That's all well and good. But at the end of the day, you're trying to make something you're trying to take nothing and make something out of it. You are trying to take there's not even a physical product. I say that these few electrons represent an ownership interest in this company. And we as a market are deciding that we will pay this much for it, or we will accept on a sale this much for it. That's what you got going on here. Inherently, there is no value. It's worthless. Just the nature of this whole enterprise is that it's worthless. And you want it to be valued at as high a valuation as you can when you're going to sell, or you want it to be relatively low when you buy. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, you want it to be as high as you can have it. You're trying to make something that is inherently worthless appear to have inherent value. So you are going to use the figures and data that most effectively carry out that goal. They don't give a fuck whether it's EBITDA. The retail investors don't know, and even if they did, they wouldn't care. But anyway, digressions happen. All right. So I want to look at Q2 2023. So what do we got here? Where's the per share stuff? Okay, so this is Q3, Q2. All right. So basic earnings per share. So that's year-over-year growth. I know. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, 5 cents. What did I say? What did you say it was here? It was reported was 0.8. Okay. I'm looking quarterly. Should be here. Yeah. So the basic earnings per share is 5 cents on last quarter, in the previous quarter. But you see right now on here, if you click on the last earning report, it says clearly reported 0.088, which is not what's reported there. So anyway, it's all imaginary, a hologram, a fantasy born of fitful dreams of not being a loser, but fantasy can become nightmare for the uninformed in the twilight zone or the stock market. Yeah. You are stepping into the twilight zone.
And positive 8 cents per share, not negative, but they're like, well, you were negative 9 cents with the debt factored in. Scam, total scam, okay? Adam Aron sat on the company.
Yeah, because debt isn't real.
Revealed the material impact from the Beyonce and Taylor Swift movies until the fourth quarter earnings call. Reason being is because those earnings will be in the fourth quarter, and we're going to have a very strong fourth quarter, but it's not going to matter because Adam Aron's going to find a way to crash it like he always does. He needs to be fired immediately. And what's our grounds to fire him? of failure of fiduciary responsibilities to the shareholders. Not only that,
What? What's your proof?
criminal behavior where we can prove that he has crashed the stock based on all his moves.
You can't prove fucking shit. You can't even prove what your fucking name is. You can't even fucking you can prove. Okay. God fucking damn it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I wasn't, but yes. How about that? He's heeking. I like that. Heeking. He's keeping the company out of a bankruptcy court. Yes. So but that's failure of fiduciary duty, according to this clown. I mean, I knew this would happen. I knew at some point AMC would start reporting marginally positive or less negative earnings report numbers. And then it would be off to the fucking races with this bullshit, ridiculous, oh, the stock should have gone to, he should be in prison. Yeah. Like, go start a lemonade stand. Okay? Learn how to manage your fucking inventory of lemons. And then do that for 2 years and then come back and maybe we can talk about anything else. But like, I mean, I seriously know 12-year-olds who have a fucking better business sense in this crap. Which I don't know what that says about anything, that's the case, but I'm not celebrating that. I'm certainly not. You know, maybe it would be better if, you know, nobody had any capitalist business sense. Okay. But anyway, all right. Yeah. Well, you know, if you subscribe to this nonsensical, in my opinion, nonsensical, um, false narrative about shareholder primacy, that the goal of the CEO's number one job or her is to return value to the shareholders, then, you know, maybe you have something, but that's not even real. Like that's not real. I don't know how else to say it. Like that is not what built the great companies of the 20th century. I I don't want to get into this deep right now. Maybe it's something worth looking into later. There are some good books and research about this, but that is not what made this all work, and that's not what the way that it was done in the golden age of capitalism, which clearly we have moved beyond, you know, clearly we've moved beyond that. Um, but it wasn't CEOs worried about, you know, juicing their fucking dividends up by 1 cent that made the companies that actually made things and didn't just deal in financial products and financial trickery and, you know, accounting trickery and all the garbage that Ryan Cohen that's part of his MO, and Adam Aron and all these Enron wannabes. What happens when you know, obsess over something like that on both sides, the investor side and the executive side, in my opinion? I'm not an executive, but well, uh, sometimes the the ends somehow sometimes end up justifying the means when and when that's the only thing that you care about, and you have 4.1 million angry primates with torches and pitchforks, um, you know, you might resort to, you know, freely flowing back and forth between reporting your EBITDA or your actual, diluted loss, depending on which number is more favorable. And see, I don't think that necessarily. I want to know what it actually is. I don't want it sugar coated. I don't want it sugar coated in a sugar coating that someone else thinks tastes good or like a sugar coating. I don't want that. I don't need it. I can't make informed decisions if I don't know literally what I'm being told. These clowns, totally opposite. You know, they don't want to know. Um, and they're ready to make a decision right now. They're going to average down. That's it. That's it. Because averaging down is the best strategy ever. These clowns who think they are legal masterminds because AMC was in one court case. Oh my God. Every time there's a chance to turn it around, they whine. It's not fair. What about retail? We need Lambos right now. Selfish little pricks. What about the Lambo salesman? I mean, they need to make a living too. Adam Aron should think about the Lamborghini salespeople when he thwarts these squeezes. I'm telling you, the amount of sales commissions that have been lost. I mean, that's a MOAS right there. Okay. Pink sheets have entered the chat.
So he's hurting us financially, and if you look in the bylaws, we can fire him.
And he's hurting Lamborghini dealerships and salespeople even more because they're already part of the 1%. I mean, these guys, Jason wants to break into the 1%. I don't know if that really is a thing, but he's trying to break into the 1%. But like the Lambo dealership owners and stuff, they're already part of it. So, can't fire the CEO. The board decides this. Yes, yes, yes. If we look at the bylaws, we're going to start using Robert's Rules of Order to conduct these live streams, by the way.
Not only that,
I just wanted to say that.
criminal behavior where we can prove that he has crashed the stock.
God, this is so funny.
So he's hurting us financially. And if you look in the...
Imagine thinking that you could prove that. Oh my God. We just talked about how nobody knows why anything happens in the market. You want to know why? Because there's literally millions of participants and entities participating in it, all with different goals and different amounts of money and different price targets and ideas of what they will pay, will accept, all that. And it all gets added together and, shaken up, and magically transactions happen as a result. So to say that one person's actions or, one corporate action or whatever, any event, singular or plural, I guess, it's just foolish. You can't prove that. There's no way to prove that. It's like saying, well, AMC needs to turn over the list of all the short positions. Yeah, because AMC knows. They absolutely know, because you have to call AMC in order to short those stock now. It's on the hard to borrow list. You have to call the theater itself. You have to talk to the manager. Okay, can I talk to the manager? I want to short your stock. I mean, I'm going to start making stuff up because at least it would be fun. It would be more fun lies than these dumbass fucking lies and misrepresentations that to a group of non-playable Muppets, they think that it's real. It's simulation at its fucking best. Anyway, he does have a punchable mentality, has a punchable face too. I could do Roberts or I can bring my talking stick. Uh, Mentally isn't the only punchable thing. I know you were going to say that
We
too.
can fire him for that, for hurting us financially. As
Yes, you can fire
for
him.
failing his fiduciary responsibilities to us, the shareholders.
No, you can fire yourself from the stock, meaning you can just literally leave the stock, sell your position, or whatever, or just stop watching 30-second fucking candle charts of it every day. That would be like tantamount to divorcing the stock for a lot of these people. Break up with it for a while. Take a break from it, okay? Sleep in separate beds. I don't know, but you you can't prove it, and even if you could, oh my God, you just won the universe. Like what? None of this adds up to you getting rich. I'm sorry. Like that's what really cut to the fucking chase here. Getting down to brass tacks. None of this means anything about your financial future. It means that actually it's taking you further away from that because you have squandered an opportunity cost and not even bothered to learn the basics. I mean, imagine that. Imagine that. Now forget that you imagined that because it's leak.
Because he works for us technically according to the bylaws. Okay, so here we go.
According to the bylaws, there it is.
For what it's worth, we did very well. Aaron said we're going to make a handsome profit from having facilitated what was in the stadium concert tour, getting it converted to film and getting it in theaters quickly.
Unbelievable. Disgusting.
As company announces 350 million share offering. Unbelievable. Comment below what do you guys think about all this.
Unbelievable. Except it has happened. Like, it's not unbelievable at all. It's not. It's 100% believable. This has got to be symptomatic of bag holders' dementia. Right? I mean, they would do this. They did this shit in 2021 too. I would have to chase after these clowns. Like literally, like chase after them with a cleaning cart and clean up all of their fucking bullshit. Like, hey guys, guess what? The 13F statements that fucking Shart the VIX just tells you that Vanguard is buying, Vanguard is loading the boat, and so is BlackRock, and so is Jane Street, and so is the rest of these ETF providers. They're loading the boat because they think that the squeeze is coming, and so you better buy now. Actually, that was reflective of last quarter's positioning. So you literally know nothing about what they have currently. But yeah, sure, go buy it if you want. Every quarter they would misrepresent the 13F earnings, 13F filings that tell the world what these investment companies own as of 45 days ago. So, I mean, this is nothing new. Badback was just brilliant enough to put it all together in that condition known as bag holders dementia, where, upon losing so much money so consistently and so totally, irreversibly, and when we're talking about a 99+% loss, I mean, that's basically irreversible without adding new capital. And even that is likely to end up losing more money. So I will say it's irreversible without some serious fucking additional risk taking. Just take the loss. What the? It's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
I rocketed based on those earnings. Like I said, it was the best earnings in its 103-year history. If you want to hear more about that, watch my video from yesterday. I have a full video on that. I'm frustrated with Adam Aron because he's a criminal. He's a thief. He's worse than Bernie Madoff. He's the biggest criminal in the financial sector in the history of the United States.
Wait.
I've been calling this out for 2 years now.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. It wasn't that long ago that your creepy ass was basically macking on Adam Aron. You were basically up his ass and around the corner. You thought he was the greatest thing since, you know, mobile porn sites. Oh, don't make me go find it. Don't make me go find the mobile porn site. But anyway, um, I thought that honor of the greatest financial criminal um save Bernie Madoff. I thought that honor and distinction was reserved for Kenneth Cordell Griffin. Wasn't that? I don't know. I don't. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this guy's trying to say. To be honest, I don't know.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying? What are you saying? Huh?
Huh? Huh? Stockton Rush was the worst businessman, I'm being told. He's the most liquefied businessman. Yeah. I mean, pureed. I don't know. Anyway, it's disgusting. Soylent Green comes to mind. It's people, you know. Okay.
He needs to be behind bars and he needs to be fired. No longer should he be the CEO.
He should be behind bars, but not fired. Let him run the company from behind bars. That's more of a punishment. No, behind bars. Give me a fucking break. I mean, the irony here is this guy right now in this whatever 8-minute video that's taken me an hour to get through. I know this guy is he's probably already, I mean, okay, he's definitely skirting the line on some tortious fucking behavior. Okay. You, my friend, are on thin ice. Okay. Terrible. Absolutely fucking horrible. Speaking of horrible, at least this one's only 1 minute and 8 seconds long. The brilliant legal mind of Alex Matthew, Esquire. No, not Esquire. Alex Matthew, um, L1. Oh, yes, that means he's a law student. That means he's a first year fucking law student at Bryant and Stratton Law School in the Center Ridge Strip Mall. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if any of this is true. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. We know what he's claimed, but based on everything else he's claimed that's been false, I'm sorry, you have no credibility. So when you say that you have 2 master's degrees from Harvard University in government, okay, Harvard University in government, and you know, to put it, you know, pleasantly, I don't, you know, a lot of what this guy has said has been verifiably and verifiedly, like you can verify it, and it has been verified to have been false, wrong, just fucking flat out fucking wrong. You have no credibility. So you claim that you went to Harvard University in government, and I say, what strip mall is Harvard University in government in? What diploma mill is that? I'm not familiar with that one because this guy is not Harvard material. And I'm not even saying that Harvard material is even what it's cracked up to be or what it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. Probably isn't. But nonetheless, is this guy Harvard fucking material? I haven't watched this video yet. I don't know. Anyway, yes, L1. L1. And he's been on YouTube for more than 1 year claiming that he's in law school. So how does that work out? How many years have you been in L1? Okay. I don't know. Harvard University with an E. Oh, right. Yes, of course. Harvard. God. No, yeah, right. Harvard university. Like it's you know, a newism or something, a youism, whatever. That's ridiculously university.
Off Boston, let's kick it off. Hey, take a look at this, right? This morning, this was just dropped a few minutes ago. AMC to price $300 million of shares at $10 open, and therefore diluting to $8 and what, 73 cents, something like that, $8 something cents. This is retribution, you guys. This is because he didn't get his way.
This is retribution. What a fucking dramatic fucking pick. This is retribution, guys. Oh my God. It's a fucking retribution. What does this guy do for a living? What the fuck does he do for a living? Sit around and oh my God. Wow. Okay. I gotta check something out though here. Wow. Thank you to the 5 people who apparently can stand me anymore. I appreciate it. I always like when the number of viewers in these streams is a lower number than the price of AMC. That's pretty cool. So, but I gotta look something up here. This is freaking me out, actually. I guess I have to know. Maybe I'm just really just this careless and I didn't realize this before. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. No news here. I didn't realize that this guy's handle here was D Ita 1. That's an I. That's a capital I in the 3rd character of this handle. That is a capital I. I've seen this username for 2-3 years now on various platforms and on Twitter itself. I always assumed it was Delta 1, but it's not, apparently. And I just verified that. So, hey, what can I say? I need to get with Jason and get me some new glasses, apparently. All right. Anyway, moving on here. I'm gonna go back because this is retribution. This is
Open.
this fucking war.
This morning, this was just dropped a few minutes ago. AMC to price $300 million of shares at $10 open, and therefore diluting to $8 and what, 73 cents, something like that, $8 something cents. This is retribution, you guys. This.
How is he calculating that, by the way? Okay. How is he calculating that? It's starting at $10. We're selling 300 million shares, so that's diluting it to 872. Where did that number come from? Or is that the record of what happened? Because if he's trying to apply some kind of formula here to get that, he must have learned that at Harvard University. Okay, anyway. Yeah. We may only have a few viewers, but we got 37,000 likes. So take that, algorithm. I mean, and we were talking about this over in Telegram, which, by the way, hey, join. Links in the description. Although I'm being told that the link is bogus again. Why in the world is this happening to me? Why me? Well, it's probably happening to everybody. So, but shit. Well, I have this new one, this new link. I don't know. Try this one. I'll try it. Yeah, finance chat. See, it works. That's a new link. So I'll update it in the thing, but here's a link in the chat now. You know, I guess I could, I'll be a good sport here and just do this, but, um, um, but either way, you know, either way, you know, join the chat. That's all. Let's see. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. Link is in the live chat box, not in the description. Okay. So don't look for it there. It's not there anymore. Is that better? No, I don't know. I can't make it any better without here. Maybe this better. No. Yeah. Whatever. Here we go. Link. In any case, okay, it's there. But we were talking about this, and yeah, I don't remember what we were saying, but we were talking about it. Good to know.
This is because he didn't get his way yesterday. All of his amendments and everything else got denied. And
oh, okay, of course. Yeah, that's what it was. It's because he didn't get his amendments, and they didn't approve the compensation package and the declassifying the board and all that stuff. So because that was not passed, because there were literally 60 million broker non-votes, he engaged in retribution. Here it is. That's it. I think that's it. I think we just cracked the code. Wow, that was as freaking cryptic as a Ryan Cohen tweet.
back at us by diluting the fuck $300 million.
Yep, there you go. That's it. Wow, this guy is such a fucking clown. I can't. I mean, there's no way that you could take this seriously.
Like
And
that $8 something cents. This is retribution, you guys. This is because he didn't get his way yesterday. All of his amendments and everything else got denied. And this is him getting back at us by diluting the fuck $300 million worth of shares at the market, $10 a piece, a little slightly under market, but you know, whatever. But there it is. That's what's happened. 300 million shares, $300 million worth of shares at $10. So there you go. This is retribution. This is payback.
Quick math, Al. How many shares is that? Quick math. Can you do it?
Because we didn't give him what he wants. There's no other way to interpret that other than
he wants unspeakable things from you.
When you go against the CEO's wishes. Take a look. This is it. So there you go. That's all I got. See ya.
That's all you got? That doesn't count as anything. I think unequivocally, if Dave Letterman asked, is this anything? That would have been considered not anything. Most likely. The word used, I think the word was misinformed retail investors. Misinformed, uninformed, brain dead. I mean, you take your pick. Comatose, willfully comatose. These people are fucking willfully comatose. How is that even possible? Like, dude, quit snorting fucking sodium pentothal and Benadryl and pixie sticks. Like, you stop smoking wasp killer. spray. Okay? It's doing a number on the old gray matter. I don't know. Right. Da, 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 da. All right. Here's the moment everybody's been waiting for. Said nobody ever in relation to this channel, by the way. If you happen to be in the finance chat, you would happen to see something that looks like this, which is like the voice chat, and you can join it into it. It's like those things that you talk into that makes your voice, come out somewhere else, like here.
I'm gonna take the plunge. I got nothing better to do.
Oh shit. Try it again. I'm working out the bugs here.
Working out the bugs with the soundboard. Damn,
Yes.
that's way fancier than the shit I use.
Introduce yourself. I'm going to allow yourself to introduce yourself. I got to get the sound up.
Here, let me see if I can pull up the gain on my end.
There you, yeah.
That's what the issue was.
Oh.
I had the gain turned down.
All right. You can hear me. I can hear you. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Who do we have in here? Because I mean, I know, but
yeah,
it's not visible on the screen.
Correct.
Yes. Welcome. And so,
yes.
And this is like a
law bird.
Right. Are you a lawyer, by the way?
No.
Are you involved in
really well?
Hmm.
No. I just like I keep telling people, my one talent that keeps me ahead of the rest of these YouTube influencers is I can actually read.
Yeah, that's a dwindling skill these days, as we know. Yeah. Oh my. There should be a reading. That's paradoxical. There should be a reading comprehension test before you can engage in the financial markets. Like, I don't care if you can add or subtract anything. I suck at arithmetic, but that's less relevant to me than all of this stuff. Somehow seems more.
I read the filings, and then I go look at case precedent. Or in the case of Spence and his stupid TMF trade, we look at the prospectus before we make stupid decisions.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
A leveraged ETF has, degradation because they got to pay interest on that leverage that they're using to get that 3x.
Mm.
And so compared to TLT, sometimes it takes a pounding in the booty.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to touch that one, even though I kind of want to, but it's, yeah. Anyway, you start talking about bonds and, things start happening. So it's, anyway. So you have been looking into the legal aspects of this, and so you consider yourself like just a legal enthusiast, then.
Yeah,
like you're interested in it.
And I'm still waiting on Chance. She keeps saying we're interested, and I keep getting put off. Like they want me to do videos for Chancer Daily. So apparently I'm smart enough that lawyers think I'm smart, but like again, my one superpower is I read.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think lawyers do that too. I think they do.
Yeah.
So that's I mean, you got more in common with them than the apes, is what that's basically saying. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and you put out a video. Well, one I know I saw. Is there another one on the owl
It's
thing?
I
Is it?
haven't finished it yet, but there's going to be basically going
Yeah.
over their motion for injunctive relief, which
doesn't seem to be that at all. Based on
see, like they at least have read enough about how to, what's required to get injunctive relief, that they've gone through the 4-step process. It's just I don't buy any of the bullshit they're saying in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because at least for injunctive relief, that motion, they at least figured out that they needed to file a pleading so the court knows what they want.
Oh, that's good.
A step above their initial complaint.
Yeah.
If you recall, they forgot.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. Right. So there were no allegations, no counts, no charges, no prayer, nothing. So they weren't alleging it. They weren't technically alleging anything, and they weren't asking for anything, which is like, that's
stuff is in their exhibits, but that doesn't do anything. It needs to be in the complaint.
Right. Yeah. It's like, okay, here's like the outline. Here's what we're trying to say. Here's the proof. Here's what we want. And that's, even I can understand that, and I can kind of read. So yeah.
And you haven't taken a year of law school and you figured that out.
I haven't. No, I haven't. I almost did once, but then, my probably, money, whatever. But yeah. But I've watched enough lawyers on YouTube. I'm not a lawyer, but I watch plenty of them on YouTube. So, I at least know, I'm familiar with those parts of these filings. And so, yeah, when you brought up that, it doesn't really have this, and okay, I recognize that it should. I would think that someone who's been in a law school class or two should know that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It's just,
yeah, like the first 5 minutes is just me screaming about how do you get a filing into court and just rookie mistakes? You're killing me, Smalls.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And based on this guy's history of everything, I mean, I really think that we do give these clowns way more attention than they deserve, but it's part of the thing, I guess. It needs to be highlighted, but there is no reason for anybody to give any credence to any of this stuff at this point. And if people aren't, for those out there who don't believe that, or don't want to believe it or whatever, willfully comatose, then there's nothing that we can say or do, I don't think, that will change that at this point. And that has to be reversed with some like hard, serious drugs.
Yeah.
From that state.
And most of these meme stocks, all that's left is the true believers. So like, especially with like the Bed Bath and Beyond people, like, like that blew up because I had dropped the hearing for that, and they went fucking stir crazy over that one because the lawyers for the estate directly said, "You get nothing. Good day, sir." You lose.
Yeah. Right.
Didn't like hearing that.
Which is standard, the way it works in these proceedings. I mean, it's not like, it's something that, I thought everybody knew. It's a bad assumption always, but like, if you're an equity holder, a shareholder, you own stock, you're the lowest on the pecking order. Like you don't get anything if this company goes out of business or goes bankruptcy, like, I know that.
And this all started because the Hertz thing, where they all piled into Hertz, and they got really lucky because the cars were, went up because
Oh.
it was hard to make new cars, and so all their used cars had an inflated market value, and they were able to do something. But no one saw it that way. They're like, oh, we got to get into all these bankruptcy plays, and every single one of these bankruptcy plays since has just been, you know, one L right after the other.
Total garbage. Yeah. And well, there was also all that, I'll call it FUD with Hertz and Tesla. I don't remember if you remember that, where they
definitely
that was ridiculous. And it was probably mutually beneficial too. I mean,
because they could inflate their sales and their orders.
Yeah. And yeah, Hertz, there were a lot of viral news stories about Hertz in the last three or so years too, like them calling the police and reporting cars stolen that have active rental agreements on them, like they were rented, and then the people get pulled over, like, you stole this car, like, no, I have the rental agreement right here. Just wild shit. So yeah, Hertz,
and
crazy case.
This time last year, they were double the price they are right now. It's all the way down to like $8.58, which is just like, oof.
Higher than AMC.
Yeah.
Now I know. Well, so they're so they are on NASDAQ. I thought they were OTC, but I guess maybe I was just thinking they were probably going to OCC.
Bankruptcy.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Just look for the gap in trading on the original stock, probably, and wherever that is, the big time gap. But yeah. So what's happening with Bed Bath and Beyond?
Floor.
Is anything happening? I mean, obviously. So here's what I know.
It's already been canceled, deleted, delisted.
The shares, right? And the name itself, only the name was purchased by Overstock. But there's something about, what is it, Butterfly or something? What's that all about?
What happened is once Overstock took possession of the name, it was basically on lease to the old Bed Bath & Beyond, where they could use it while they're finishing up their filings in October, or no, it was late September. I remember this specifically because I always take a week off for my birthday because I have 2 weeks of vacation. So one of them I spend to just have my whole birthday week off.
Nice.
While I was on vacation, the shares got, deleted, canceled, whatever. And that's when they flipped over to the Butterfly thing, because they no longer had the rights to even use the Bed Bath & Beyond name while they were in bankruptcy. Overstock going to those, and so that they could go through their process of doing the name change, and so they couldn't use it anymore. So they changed it to, our Butterfly and a bunch of alphanumerical code thing. And of course, they thought that this meant that they were doing some sort of Butterfly reverse merger or whatever, Fantasyland shit they came up with.
Okay,
that's where all that came from. They just couldn't use Bed Bath & Beyond anymore, so they had to come up with something else.
Okay, so they just use, so there's like a holding company name, and they use that, and then that just got turned into the new fake Catalyst. Oh God. Okay, I thought there was more to it than that. That's even dumber than I thought it was. Wow. Okay. Like, every time I think there's going to be something to it, it's like, no, there's nothing to this at all. It's completely vapid. This like, I have a theory that the market is a group of 12-year-old girls. The market acts like a group of like teenagers. If that's the case, then I don't know what to say about the meme stock crowd. I mean, we're talking like, nonverbal, like, I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Every time I think there's going to be something to it.
Thing I have with these lawsuits, where it's like I keep waiting for just like one intelligent argument, and I don't know why I keep waiting for it, because it's not coming.
It's not coming. No, it never is. And that lawsuit the Al from Boston one is in Southern District of New York. Is that? Oh, Massachusetts.
No, it's in Massachusetts.
So it's in his home district then.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that doesn't have to be filed in Delaware. Why? Why wouldn't that be filed in the place where the article, the
Which
corporation?
is another way that they could get around this. They can, you know, dismiss for failure to state a claim. Another way that they could go about it is they could dismiss for, you know, lack of jurisdiction.
Yeah.
This court is for the District of Massachusetts. We are the ruling that, from what I understand, having followed a different case, is jurisdiction works if either the company is based there or that they have such the term used is they have such a presence in the state or district that they are considered what is to be at home in the state. So say Twitter's main headquarters is in California, but say they had a sub headquarters in, I don't know, Oklahoma, then it would be as if they were at home in that state.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see that being the case here. Especially when I pull up AMC theaters in Massachusetts on AMC's website. This is actually amctheaters.com. And it shows AMC theaters in Massachusetts, and it's showing me locations in Alabama.
Alabama is your closest.
Yeah. Like what?
Because AMC is mostly a Midwest company, isn't it?
So I guess so. So I guess there aren't. Wait. So there's no. It says Boston here. Well, there's some here. I don't know why in the world it interpreted Massachusetts as Alabama. Maybe I misspelled it.
So they do have some there.
They do have some. It looks like. Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. This is.
I believe it doesn't matter too much because AMC is a nominal defendant. It's not an actual defendant. The difference being a nominal defendant is someone who's the subject of the complaint, but they're not really, like, you're not accusing them of anything.
Right.
But
they're kind of tagged in it.
To have jurisdiction, you have to, make them part of the complaint.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, but there's really no reason for it to be happening in Massachusetts other than, I guess that's where he is.
Al from Boston's fucking lazy.
Right. It would be probably much more legitimate and seen as such if they did it in Delaware, I'm guessing.
Delaware or Kansas.
Kansas, right. And I mean, Delaware has the oldest courts in the country. I believe the oldest institution of court.
Delaware Court of Chancery, which is the corporate law court.
Right, the most highly developed and evolved business court venue because obvious reasons. But so I guess it just would be interesting. Like, would the smackdown or the the dismissal or whatever is whatever happens. It's just kind of a fun mental exercise. How it would be different if it were happening there versus where it's happening or anywhere else, because they've seen everything. Although
it would at least take the dismissal potential for lack of jurisdiction off the table.
It would be one potentially less embarrassing thing. Although I would probably say that they're probably sharp enough that they would probably eviscerate them on other things that other courts may not, because of the rich precedent history and just the expertise there. So
if you just follow the AMC litigation in the Delaware Court of Chancery and just continue, I wouldn't read all of it, but just read the responses of the special master and the judge, Vice Chancellor Zern, and you will progressively notice in their filings their lack of give a damn for this bullshit that continues to arrive in their courtroom. Like it's professional, don't get me wrong, but there's these little snarky jabs at at these pro se numbskulls, and it's kind of funny to read after a while. It's like got this certain level of Schadenfreude to it.
Right. I did read some of them, you know, when that was going on. And yeah, I noticed that. I don't know. Yeah. I have to go back and kind of do it again and see if I can see the progression. But, you know, one thing that stood out to me in that whole thing was like, and I don't know, some of it was probably whatever, performative or just like, um, like they were throwing the retail investors a bone or something. Like I felt like a lot of that shit went on for so fucking long. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that this was the plan, but it was very easy for these grifters to come on YouTube and Twitter and places and say, uh, this law, you know, look at how they have been able to drop the price while this lawsuit is continuing, like however long, a month and a half or whatever, 2 months, I forget.
And willfully ignorant that the price had to do with how the outcome of the trial was being perceived.
True. Yeah, right. I mean, completely false narrative. But you know, nonetheless, I mean, they did say that, but it wasn't true. But so you know, but then like as I thought about it, it's like, okay, but what are we actually achieving here with this? Like, I understand they want retail investors to be heard and da da da, da, but like, was there any validity? Like, all the shit. Like, remember all the shit? Like, oh, let's classify the shareholders into groups, and let's do you know, we have the no people and the yes people and all these lists and all this garbage. Like, I do feel like a lot of that shit was completely a waste of time. It really achieved nothing on either side. Because at the end of the day, what ended up happening? Exactly what at least we, I mean, and you probably too, thought would happen. They're gonna approve the fucking settlement. Like, what other choice is there? That's what is best for everyone here. Just approve it, move the fuck on. Why are you spending so much time? I don't know. It's just weird. But I don't know anything about Delaware or courts in general, really. So maybe, you know, whatever. But I thought that was weird.
That's completely what it was. Like, I had a panic moment because I was in the trade for the arbitrage trade, and that's why I started following the case, because I had money on the line. but like, it became pretty obvious just looking at Delaware Court of Chancery precedent that this was going to get approved, because like, sure, they have a really good case for the potential fiduciary duty claims, because it was pretty clear that Aron had gotten Antara in specifically to get the votes he needed to basically give two flipping birds to his shareholders to get this passed, because it needed to be passed because it keep him out of bankruptcy. And because of how low APE had fallen, trying to sell more APE was highly dilutive and highly damaging, even more so than what's going on right now. So for the interest of shareholders, whether they believed it was the best thing to do or not, it was the best thing to do. And that's really what it boiled down to at the end of the day. AMC would have gone bankrupt, and they had a very distinct chance of going bankrupt if continued litigation was the road to go down. And Vice Chancellor Zern admits as much. They don't like that. They tried to have her recused after her ruling and try and reboot this case and everything, because she didn't give them the ruling they wanted. And you know what? Tough fucking shit.
Right. Yep. Now, speaking of both fucking shit and snarky comments, or whatever the phrase was, Lynn is here now. That's the best introduction.
Hi, Sunny.
Heyo.
Welcome.
Thank you. Did they really try to recuse the judge after the ruling?
Yes, that is in the filings. They tried to have her recused during the proceedings when they were getting all their well, first of all, okay, let me back up a bit. Since they were not actual parties to the case, they were just what's called interested parties, which means you're not an actual party to the lawsuit, but you have an interest in the case. They first tried to file a bunch of motions to get themselves added on. I can't remember exactly what it's called, and they were all rejected. And then they appointed a special master because there was just so much crap coming in from all these losers that they had to appoint someone to help the judge, handle all these stupid loser motions so she could actually focus on being a judge. And once the special master started just like left and right shooting down their motions, Al from Boston tried to have the special master recused. And the judge was like, no, bye now. There was even a point where when Ethan came in and was trying to, because they didn't like the whole postcard situation, they totally misunderstood the purpose of the postcard notice, that it was supposed to be a supplementary notice, and they weren't getting them in a timely fashion or whatever. There's a whole deep well to go down on that one. I don't know if you really want to get into the intricacies of that, but suffice to say that he was trying to act on behalf of other shareholders, and some other pro se litigant who was, pro settlement came in and basically said, look, if they're trying to represent us, that's the unauthorized practice of law. And Vice Chancellor Zern came in and said, yep, that is indeed. How about you cut that shit out?
Oh,
basically,
that's beautiful.
It was hilarious.
Well, you're supposed to get notice from your broker if you have a broker.
Well, here's the thing with that. So how precedent is in the Delaware Court of Chancery is that if you directly own shares, like AST, your shares, you are considered on the records as the direct owner, then yes, they will send the letter directly to you. But if you have like Fidelity, the notice is sent to Fidelity, who then has the responsibility to notice you.
Right, because as far as the market's concerned, Fidelity is the owner.
Fidelity owns the shares.
And Fidelity knows that some of those are for you, but right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But the court has routinely ruled consistently that if you own shares indirectly through a third party or beneficial ownership, the court doesn't give a shit. As far as they're concerned, notice was sent to the owner. Because as far as the record's concerned, Fidelity got the notice. And if they didn't get it to you in a timely fashion, that's just tough shit. And second of all, the court has no way to tell Fidelity that they're in the wrong, because as far as the court knows, and as far as the company knows, and as far as the people in charge of sending out the notice knows, it was sent. So, if you want to sue your broker, have at it. But as far as the court of, Delaware Court of Chancery is concerned, they did their job.
Yeah.
That's the part that I find really funny about Ethan's lawsuit. He wants to, he was planning on it, and that quietly disappeared right about the time that, he got. And that's the thing with Ethan. He finds these new lawsuits that he wants to do every time the last lawsuit that he wants to do either A, failed, or B, is, a waste of time or is going to fail. And so he was originally going to sue Strategic Claims, and I just laughed at him on Twitter. It's like, what fiduciary duty does Strategic Claims, the ones who are sending out the letter notices, owe you? They were hired by the company to do something that the court ordered AMC to do. Their duty is to the company and to the court. They owe you nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, half these guys probably signed up to their broker, which is probably Webull or Robinhood, with like a Yahoo email account that they haven't checked in 2 years. So
yeah. Well, and here's the funny thing with that is
email, they'd have notice.
Speaking of that Robinhood thing, they were really miffed. They were surprised that like over half, like Robinhood still beneficially holds on behalf of AMC owners more AMC shares than all other brokers combined.
Right. Yeah, I remember seeing that
and,
actually.
And They were the one that Strategic Claims had to contact twice because Robinhood never got back to them, which is probably where all those like notices came from. All these people using these FinTwit shit brokers blaming AMC that they didn't get notice when really they should have been calling Vlad, telling him, where the fuck is my notice?
Right. Or Xiaomi or whoever the fuck at Weeble and Moo. Like, I can understand that because that had to go to China first, but I'm just kidding. I mean, maybe.
I was going to say, yeah, their notices were held up in the mail via China.
Right.
In the dead letter post office or
well, and it happened during a time when shipping was all disrupted and shit, like in 2021 and 2022. So, but anyway, that's interesting.
Be proactive.
And they all knew, right? And the thing to me is like they all knew about it. Everybody that was bitching about the postcards, 100% knew more than anybody who would have actually seen a postcard and been like, "Oh, they're doing this." So it wasn't even applicable. And I'm sorry, the court is going to consider that. They are going to, yeah, exactly.
The court brought that up. It's like, like that was also another thing brought up by that pro se litigant.
How are you
here arguing in court? You're already on notice. In fact, the special master said Ethan has had no problem filing with the court. In fact, we have 9 different bullshit motions from Ethan. So he's already on notice of the case. So he can't have been injured by not receiving his letter notice. He already has been filing with the court.
Right. Yeah. Ridiculous.
Here, you must have known.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know. And they think that they can catch all these institutions and entities on all these technicalities, but I mean, what they should realize, what they're not, I'm sure, but it's like one of these things that, part of like growing up and adulting or whatever, like, yeah, okay, sometimes you can catch things on the technicality, but the real, like, whatever the reality of the situation is, it's probably gonna, take precedence over some rule that said, oh, you have to give a postcard within this number of days. It doesn't specify this or that. Like, no, but you knew about it, right? Okay, well, we're done here. Like, yeah, I don't care what the rule is. You knew, you were aware. Yes. Okay. So we're done. Like, this is moot. This matters not. And I feel like it stands.
It's like the people who like troll the class action lawsuit websites and apply to all the class action, lawsuits so they can get a
12% check.
7.
Yeah. Class action whores.
$7.
Yep.
And, like,
I do that, except I'm looking for the companies to short that have recalls and shit. No, I'm just kidding. I have done that though. Lost money.
Not a bad strategy.
Yeah, it didn't work. Anyway, what were you saying, Korax?
Well, I was trying to think of what I was. There's like a train of thought I was on, and then I just kind of lost it.
I'm sorry.
Welcome to the club.
That's fine. I'm a bit of an airhead.
Again, welcome to the club. So anyway, yeah. Well, Lynn, what do you think about Adam Aron's backstabbing, retribution, and traitorous actions? Or is it just fiduciary duty? Or is it just business? Yeah, right. I was going to say.
It's just
business. Did you see that CSI video where he had called someone that went to the meeting, called him while he was doing a live stream? He clipped it out where they were talking about how I know it was in the Telegram at one point where he was talking with the guy and he's like, yeah, there's none of these real AMC shareholders here. It's all of these like older people. There's none of these younger guys. And it's they've got they're clearly not apes, they're plants. And it's like, well, of course they're the, they're other retail investors. I mean, they're
Yeah.
richer. That's why they're showing up to the meeting directly. And I was trying to figure out what the frick's going on here. Why are they claiming these are like plant investors? And I was like, oh yeah, that's right, because they think they own the float. So they all these people were hired by AMC to be like plants in the shareholder meeting, and I was just like
Okay, that's
blue
some
screen.
level shit there.
Yeah, it's a bit delusional.
Representing institutional investors, you know, there's a lot of reasons why people can be there, but to think that like plants, really, why? What would that even?
Let me pull it up. It's Adam Aaron. No, that's not it. It's at AMC annual shareholder meeting.
On the phone with Robert. That one?
At the annual shareholder meeting and AM Squeeze update.
Yep. 1 day ago.
You're not supposed to broadcast the shareholder meeting. That's like a private.
Well, it wasn't him broadcasting the meeting, I don't think. Or at least that clip wasn't.
Oh, okay, so he wasn't like miking any of the actual.
No, this was like a conversation after the fact.
Okay. Yeah, I got it here. I'm not going to play it necessarily unless there's like a certain highlight that would be
Let me see if
good to listen to, but
it was freaking hilarious. It's like in the first couple minutes of it. And it's like such ape thinking, and it's just
well, and yeah, we've looked at, well, we've talked about a lot of these concepts, you know, over the last 2 years, but you know, I just keep going back to this whole mentality and the entitlement mindset of everything that happens, whether it's related to this or not. Everything that happens is somehow related, and it's very intentional. It is to derail our financial destiny. It is a deliberate action by the CEO, which is where Lynn comes in here in terms of her experience working with those types of lizards. But you know, like it's just it's pathological, first of all, like without question. Like you know, it's not normal. But holy shit, you know, it's just it still blows my mind now, even like how some of these people can weave these narratives using every cognitive dissonance, every logical fallacy, every possible straw man argument. I mean, it really is. I mean, you almost have to be, you know, in awe of it, because it's like I couldn't do that if I tried. Like, I don't think I could be that disingenuous, even if I fucking tried to. And it's just like natural for these people.
You're not stuck in victim mentality that like everybody is doing something to you and out to get you and sabotaging you. You know, they didn't get the postcard, it's someone else's fault. They couldn't have called their broker and said, I'm supposed to have a postcard. Where is it? You know, everything is not their fault. Everything is somebody, the man trying to take them down, somebody's trying to plot against them or subvert them or oppress them or suppress them. And
right, like
it's just, I've never seen a group so much of like the victim
mentality. Adam Aaron should be in jail. He should be in prison for the rest of his life because we didn't get the chance to, you know, get rich off of one trade, which doesn't happen, especially if you aren't practiced in actually trading. So, I mean, never mind the fact that like you're here voluntarily. I mean, nobody said you had to do it, and nobody says you still have to. Like you can very much end this now. Like you don't have to go through this hell every day. If it's a hell for you, it doesn't have to be. You don't have to be in it. Like, what am I missing here? Like that's just ridiculous.
If it wasn't this hell, it would be some other hell. So you know, pick a hell, any hell. Doesn't matter. They just move on to the next thing that was trying to, you know, fuck with their lives.
Yeah. The worst of all possible hells.
And the peak of this victim mentality is the whole Project Popcorn NPCs. I don't know how
God,
you've trolled.
Unfortunately.
That.
Well, I'll just say this, and then you could say, because I don't even know like what's going on with it now, but I'll just say that there was an attempt at a share count in 2021, in April or May of 2021, where they did this. It was the first one where they did this, and they tried to use a proxy vote that was on a third party website where you could vote, where you could submit questions and upvote questions that would be asked at the annual meeting, shareholder meeting. And they tried, what?
Was it CompuShare?
No, it was that, Say Technologies vote. There's a company,
right?
Say Technologies. It was one of these like, oh, you can vote on your proxy things on our website, like a third middleman type of thing.
Like
And
SurveyMonkey, but
yeah, basically, yeah. And yeah, nothing to it at all. But it did interface with your broker in order to pull the number of shares like that you have, because that's how many votes you got. So, but they conspired on Reddit to all upvote the same question. So the plan was, there's this question about dividends, of course, because why not? Because that was also back when dividends were also fake catalyst thing. So they all conspired to upvote.
If you ask so whatever his name is.
God. They all conspired to upvote this question about dividends with the intention of using that as a proxy for the total number of shares, which they estimated would be in the billions. Of course, it wasn't. It was like 16,000 or 60,000 or some underwhelming number. And then, of course, then came the extrapolations. Then came there's 4.1 million shareholders. And so we have a percentage of it here. And let's proportionally, Oh, there's 6 billion shares magically. And it's like, no, that's not how any of that works. In no way. So that was the first quote unquote share count. Then there was another one, and they graduated to using, what was it? The geometric mean. Oh, yes. Or a bimodal distribution. All of these terms, they have no clue what they mean, and they're not applicable, but they could use it to abuse the statistics to the point where they could, in their retarded way, make it hear that the numbers were on their side. They were never, but, so this is just the next instance for me, in half a dozen or so share count attempts. So I'm much less engaged on this one because it's like, yeah, I know all the tricks, and this one, they do have an interesting trick. They're trying to get readings of how many shares people held at different points along the way, which is new for this, but it still means nothing and it won't prove nothing. But yeah, so anyway, that's kind of the backstory.
I'm amused by that group is because of the legal aspect that they're trying to go at, and it's just it's comical. Like the OWL lawsuit is part of this. They have it on their little Project Popcorn website,
right?
And they're trying to do this citizens grand jury thing, which is going to so epically that I can't wait for. It'll be an hour drive. I will drive down there and watch the attorney general throw it in the shredder as fast as he possibly can, or she. I'm not sure who the Johnson County attorney general is, but
wait, a citizens grand jury?
Mm-hmm. It's something that's a Kansas statute where if you get, I can't remember if it's 5 or 10% of the voters in the last election plus an additional 100 in a petition with a complaint attached to it, you can present that petition plus the signatures to the attorney general, and if it's considered valid when they check all of the signatures, then the attorney general is compelled by law to pull a grand jury to present the evidence to the grand jury. And if the grand jury agrees that this is enough evidence to proceed with the trial, then by law, you have to proceed with this clown show.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
They still need to get all those petitions. And I don't know if any of you know where Johnson County is, but it is like one of the largest counties in the state of Kansas. It's the one that's right there, KCK, which has like 60,000, I think, is the population of the county.
Yeah.
So 5% is a lot of fucking signatures.
So are they going to be in front of Target collecting signatures? Is it like one of those kind of?
Well, they suggest one of the suggestions I heard was them going down to there's University of Missouri of Kansas City. Slight problem with getting signatures from the University of Missouri at Kansas City. One, it's in KCMO.
Right. Yeah, it's in Missouri.
They're two. It's a college. So are they registered even in Kansas or Missouri? They could have been registered from, I don't know, Maryland for all we know, depending on where they came from to, study. So
right. Well, they could go to
that can backfire.
University of Kansas Overland Park. Maybe that's pretty decent sized operation there. I didn't realize Leawood was right on the border. It's literally right on the border of Kansas and Missouri. That's interesting. I mean,
in fact, I think it's kind of split down the middle there.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Because all KCK is all KCK is a bunch of small to medium sized towns that have pooled themselves together to call themselves KCK, but they still have their individualized names, individual city councils.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had to mute because I was laughing too hard. You know what they're going to do is just pile up in front of an AMC theater and harass the people who are coming out of the movie.
God. You know what they should do? They should do that at a GameStop store. Well, I guess there wouldn't be enough traffic, but I mean,
cross-contaminate.
I don't know if it was on the live stream or
cross-contaminate on Twitter.
I don't know if it was on here or if it was just in Telegram, but I looked at the GameStop stores that were closest to our good old friend Marant's Rants. And
Jesus,
there are 4 GameStop locations within a 20-mile radius. They're all actually within a 20-mile straight line down the road. That's down the road. Very odd. Just like, and it's like,
trust me, bros.
What was that? What was that area?
It's so the employees can
Loma Linda. No,
store if they
he's out by like Palm Springs or something out there, like, and like the real desert, I think, pretty much, right? What I would call the real desert.
That's the real desert. Yeah.
Not a lot of green, not a lot of blue on the map there. A lot of brown, a lot of tan colors on the map, But yeah, it's like, what in the fucking hell? Why are there 4 GameStops? I mean, and not one of those is doing anywhere close to pulling its weight in that corporate structure. Like, you got to be kidding me. And then it was right after he said, "Oh, GameStop was busy this morning on a Saturday." GameStop was busy, guys. Yeah, it was so busy. I couldn't even get my camera out to take a picture of all the people. I mean, the damnedest thing.
Sure.
Fuck.
They were only there for the air conditioning.
Probably
about GameStop, and I've talked with Pet Rock Miner in a live stream about it. It's a toy store. It's a toy store ran by a leprous idiot who got daddy's money to sell his Chewy brand and make out like a bandit, and has no clue how to operate a toy store. And that's why that company is such an epic disaster. That he pushed out Reggie Fils-Aimé, which just continues to boggle my mind. He wouldn't work with the guy who is the former president of Nintendo fucking America.
Wow.
That is how much of an asshole he is.
Ryan Cohen.
Called that too. I called that. Remember, Scotty? I said, you watch, he'll put himself in charge. He'll make himself
Yep.
CEO. He'll find a way
Yep.
to do
I do recall that. Yeah.
covertly take over and then destroy it from within.
Yes.
He has to prove that he's a brilliant capitalist mastermind. He's one of these, like, I know I've said that I'm a libertarian, but he's one of these, like, you know, libertarian types that fancies himself like the bestest person ever, and he can just fix everything when really he's an egotistical, greedy piece of shit.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Like, I had never heard of him. I had never heard of Chewy either. So, you know, for whatever that's worth. But I mean, whatever. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I haven't heard of. But it was like these people were just like foaming at the mouth for this kid. And it's like, and I say kid because it's like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's done. Great. And then I found out, then you find out, well, yeah, he actually sold Chewy at it wasn't profitable. Like, he sold it an unprofitable company. Oh, okay, great. So then Marantz Rant sits there and, like, basically, you know, I don't want to use the most vulgar term that I have in my head, but he basically, yeah, basically, he gives him free backdoor blowies. And it's like, what in the fuck? Like, you're touting this guy's track record, and the only thing that's really tangible is he sold an unprofitable business that is now, it's now profitable. Oh my God. And he's not involved with it. So what is the basis for your extreme hope? There's no basis whatsoever.
And then return policy recently, didn't they?
Policy. Okay, it's still the same. They didn't change it. If
they didn't?
Bought, say, like I bought a dog cot for my dog. Okay?
Oh, Chewy, you mean?
Too big.
Yeah.
It was too big, too high for him to get on it. And so if you call them and say, well, I bought this dog cot, it was, $100. My dog can't get on it. It's too big. I need to return it. They say, oh, well, just keep it or donate it to your local shelter.
Oh, they do the Wayfair thing.
Amazon does that too sometimes. Yeah. They have for me.
Amazon's like a mega company. Chewy only catered to one type of customer, and that was pet owners who didn't feel like driving all the way across town to go to PetSmart or Petco, or pay extra money at the boutique dog, pet shop that sells the high-end, really expensive stuff. So, yeah, I'm getting so many free things. I mean, I hooked up my local shelter with all kinds of stuff, but I mean, which is very generous. It's a very cool policy. But when you have a huge customer base, a big percentage of people are going to be returning things because it's not what they expected, or it didn't work, or their pet died, or whatever. And then if your pet passed away, if you were a regular customer, they'd send you flowers and a card, or like a little oil painting if you had submitted a picture of your pet. So it was really awesome customer service, but it was not cost-effective customer service.
That was when Ryan Cohen was leading the company. That's when he was in charge.
They couldn't afford.
Right.
They couldn't afford to do that level. It was like 5-star level customer service. Really outstanding.
So the only thing I would say there is that fosters brand loyalty. It acts almost like a loss leader, essentially, to me. Like, yeah, they're going to lose a little bit of money, but even their prices are, competitive. They're still shit. Their shit's still marked up to fucking hell. They're, so, and besides, and the volume that they
sense, really.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
so
it took a long time for people to find out about Chewy. It was like, for a long time, I would say Chewy. They're like, what's that?
Well, what
you can buy,
I mean, don't
online. They say, oh, that's cool.
Don't tell me that it was like don't tell me that it was private equity that, allowed the company to, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
He has, when he uses private equity, it's like a moving target. There's like, he talks about all the.
Oh, he's never talking about Ryan Cohen's private equity group, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Right?
Never talking about that. They're the good guys.
The private equity involved with GameStop is the good kind. All the other companies are the bad kind.
Right. They're trying to destroy it from internally, and BCG and what is that? That huge private the one that Adam Aron was involved. Whatever. Yeah. Apollo. Yeah. Thanks.
Norwegian Cruise Line, or?
No, he used to be a part of Apollo.
Was he like a partner or just some type of, I don't even know. Be honest.
I don't know if he was a partner, but he was some sort of like, he wasn't C-suite, but he was like upper management, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. But you know, same thing. Just boogeymen.
Businessman, so that's
Right.
pretty obvious.
And he uses that as a tool to get into other people's like spaces and stuff like that. Like the thing that disgusted me the most about him is he weaseled his way into Fud Daddy's MULN spaces and was shilling his like whole connect the dots thing and talking about how bad MULN is. And this is the thing he loves to do, because all of these meme stocks have either like shitty CEOs, shitty management. They have all these people taking advantage of it from the corporate structure and everything like that, or they're just straight out scams. And it's really easy to go in and play this connect the dots game. And well, this person was part of that shitty thing. But the thing he does is he then uses that to start talking about, well, you know, GME isn't like that though. And he just weasels his way into all these spaces and stuff like that and starts trying to grift people off these other meme stocks into GME. So that way they'll pump the stock and, you know, pump his bags.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
I know our GME, when there's only one employee, so when they have to take their lunch break, they lock the door and say, be back at, you know, at 2:00.
Wow.
That's great.
Well, and if you look up the shootings at GameStops and like other petty crimes and things, it's not good out there. Like, I don't know who in the fuck wants to work at GameStop these days. If you go to the GameStop subreddit, which is mostly, or at least it used to be, I don't probably infiltrated by now, but for employees, I mean, and you accept what they're saying at face value, which may also not be true at this point because of the publicity. But in any case, I mean, you can find enough accounts that are verifiable, like accounts of events that have happened at GameStop. It's kind of a shit show. Like, and then
yeah, GameStop's been a shit show for a long while. Gamers hate the place.
That's what I hear, because I'm not. And I was never into it.
Employee benefits.
Yeah, we kind of
where they got all the benefits.
Touched on that. Right. Well, they didn't cut them, according to Morant's rants.
Okay.
They didn't cut them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They only they only stopped matching on the 401k and increased all the policy costs and got rid of life insurance. But they, you know, whatever.
Right. And the deductibles probably went up.
That one that was funny.
God. From his Discord or his channel or what?
Work there.
None. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I gave him shit and said, look, if the if the audiovisual company I worked for in Arkansas that was like only had a presence in Arkansas and Missouri and was kind of this like, you know, mid-level. I mean, they had a couple good contracts, but they weren't like, you know, this massive national company like GameStop is, can figure out how to have 401k matching. GameStop can too for its employees.
Yeah. I work for a small service company, and we have some high profile accounts and things like that. But you know, we're local here, and we do some regional stuff. And I go to Atlanta sometimes. But you know, but we're owned by private equity. Okay, we're owned by a private equity firm that is based in Connecticut, and yeah, we have like 12 employees. We have what is it, 3%, 4%, some decent matching on 401k. Like I was surprised and pleased with it. Good benefits. Like, yeah, if our little, you know, if you know, these companies, there's no excuse for that. And it's like all of the accounts that I see of people like saying, I'm quitting, or I finally left, or whatever. These are all people who've worked like in store management or assistant management for like years, like a decade in some cases or more. So like long-term employees are like, fuck this. I see the writing on the wall. So that's pretty bad to me. Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, there's only one reason that HR cuts a 401k match, and that's because
Yes.
they know that their employees are not going to stick around.
And
so
I'll say this, and I'll let you guys discuss this or anything you want to. But I've said before, and I think I stand by this. At least AMC, I mean, they may be in a worse position financially, but at least they have something that people still want. GameStop, while they may be in a better position financially, at least on paper in terms of cash on hand or whatever, they don't have anything that people actually want to or need to ever enter their store for. Like, they're an irrelevant zombie corporation. Whereas if you want to go watch Taylor Swift, you have like three choices. You can go to AMC, you can go to Cinemark, or you can go to the other theater. Like, that's stuff that people very much want and very much value, and there's no alternative in terms of like, I want to see this on a big screen. I want to see it, I want to see it in the social environment. That's unique. That's a marketable product. I don't know what GameStop's is, so I would officially rather see AMC persist, and GameStop, could be the unnecessary fat that gets trimmed. Ultimately, both. But I mean, if I had to choose, it would be like, we don't need GameStop. I'm sorry, we don't need it. We don't need AMC either, but we certainly don't need GameStop.
That's the thing that I had pointed out. Like, the problem with games with a lot of retail places is retail's one advantage to going to Amazon is I can go there and I can get it now. GME GameStop has no advantage like that, because if I download a game off a storefront like Steam, I can get it now. So what's the point to going to GameStop? And the thing I've always said is, like, they're a toy store. What they need to at this point focus on is transitioning to like a hobby shop, and not like your biplanes and stuff like that, but like tabletop gaming books and the figurines and things like that, because those are things that you have a market advantage of. You can get it now as opposed to waiting for it to come in from Amazon. As far as video game retailers, they're dead. Straight up video game retailers are dead, because I can just go to Steam and not only just buy it online, I can have it same day. In fact, I can download it as soon as the payment clears and start playing. So GameStop's like, unless you're selling like used games from old hardware, legacy systems and stuff like that, you have no first mover advantage over digital downloads. So you're just fucked.
And I don't see what would be the motivation for anybody to sell those old games to GameStop for like $3 or whatever.
Pennies
like
on the dollar.
That doesn't even make sense. And like,
give you more money.
Right. Or you could sell it on eBay and probably get 4 times the amount, But I mean, I don't know. Growing up in Ohio, we had Electronics Boutique, was a computer store or software, mostly. Electronics Boutique was in the mall. There was also Babbage's. I don't know if any of these ring a bell to anybody, but computer software game stores from the 80s/90s. CompUSA was the big one.
Yeah, I've heard of Comp.
Micro Center. Now we have that.
Micro Center. There's one in KC. Yeah.
Right. So, but even those, like, I grew up going to Micro Center. The software section of those stores of Micro Center and any other store like that, it's like about like the CD compact disc department at Best Buy. When I was, in the mid 90s, if you wanted a CD, you go to Best Buy. They had a fucking great selection of CDs of all genres. Now, not so much.
Shelves, maybe.
Yeah. And it's the same thing.
And selling hardware.
There's no software anymore at these computer stores. Why? Is because, I can download Office from Microsoft and get a license now, no longer do I need 4 DVDs or whatever. I don't even have a DVD. I don't even have a computer that has a DVD, an optical drive in it. So, I mean,
they're happy about it because the margins on that software is probably stupid low.
yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. And so now, yeah, they don't have to deal with this. Yeah, I mean, so I've seen the transition, I guess, like in terms of computer software 10 years ago or whatever started changing or more, and just like as an aside, I remember back in the, pre Windows 95 days, let's call it, on dial-up internet connections, dreaming about what we have now, where I could just get whatever software or game that I want and download it. You couldn't imagine that. It was so much, more cumbersome. And you could download shareware and stuff like that, but you couldn't get commercial software that way, really. And so it really, it fulfills a childhood dream of mine, which is just to be able to get anything now, even if I have to pay for it, which God forbid doesn't happen often, but it does. But like this is the
totally legitimate copy of Photoshop. Don't ever.
Of course, yes, the whole creative suite. But like this is like the full. To me, it's the full circle thing. Like we have the network, we have the infrastructure, and then we had now we have the the machines and the software, and now the software companies have everything is aligned for this to be the way it is. Like we're not going back to buying shrink wrapped fucking packages of software. It's just not happening.
As much as I hate software as a service, that's where we're at now.
Yeah. Well,
don't pay whatever a month to keep the thing that you paid for as opposed to owning it outright.
Right. Well, I mean, yes, but to be fair, you kind of always are operating under a license. Even for when you would buy the software, you're buying a license to use it. In fact, a lot of times you can download
of constant updates and things like
right.
that.
So you could a lot of times you can download the actual software. You can download a full version with a 30-day trial. We'll give you the software. Go ahead. But what we'll charge you for is the license. But I mean, that's a technicality.
Is a lot of the video software stuff that I've seen is you can have the software for free to do your editing, but if you want premium perks like the free like editing and some of these transitions and the embedded what is it called, like I know I should know it, but basically B-roll
effects and things
stuff like that. Then
okay, yeah, with stock footage and things. Yeah,
that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, this is I know Lynn's probably over there snoozing, like, what are you guys talking about? But
no, I was just about the one game that I ever played. It came on CD. You downloaded patches, and you got if they came out with expansions, then you went and got that CD. You went to Fry's, bought the CD, and
Fry's,
and off you went. So,
there's another place.
And that they just died not long ago. They were a pandemic casualty, I think.
Yep.
I was surprised a few years ago on Thanksgiving, because they always had like a Black Friday sale, but the night before Thanksgiving, they also had incredible sales. And I went in there and the store was like apocalyptic. There was nobody. The shelves were almost empty. They had a few things here and there. It was really weird. It was like entering another dimension. And like a week later, they gone, out of business, closed.
I mean, that was like what it was in that Bed Bath & Beyond video I did. I was so glad I found that footage of this guy who had walked through the Bed Bath & Beyond right before it closed in New Jersey. And it's just like one friend of mine who I show previews sometimes to my friends to be like, okay, does this look good? Because sometimes when you get into editing a video, there's these like little things that you don't see. And so sometimes I'll do like a small window release to some of my close friends. And she's like, man, that opening shot of the store with 90% of the shelves empty just like punches you in the face. I'm like, I know, right?
Well, Manuel was at I'm sorry, at a Bed Bath and Beyond. Remember that, Lynn? He put a video in Telegram of him walking through a Bed Bath and Beyond store in his area when he was out one weekend. And yeah, it was like, I mean, I've worked in retail before. So I like, and a lot of people have, probably everybody, but you spot like the tactics that they've tried to employ to make it look like it's nothing there. Like
apart.
the way that they've spaced everything out, the way that they've placed the product on the the, using like blank panels and spacers and shit like that, like, and signage and all this crap. Like, yeah, it was pathetic. Maybe I can find that video. But yeah. And then there was one that I would pass by in my area a few times, and I posted pictures of it in Telegram before, when it was still open as a Bed Bath and Beyond, and then it closed. Then it was a Spirit Halloween store, and then now it's back to being
Every
nothing.
retail outlet eventually becomes a Spirit Halloween store.
Yeah, a lot of the Best Buys out here. Yeah.
Our Bed Bath and Beyond didn't become a Spirit Halloween, and that kind of worried me a little bit.
Yeah,
it's so weird.
I still hate Overstock because they could have done the biggest troll ever by taking the BBBY ticker and then using it for Overstock, and then these baggies be like, "Look, see, it's back and everything," except it's not. It's Overstock. And from my understanding, there was a press release filed with that question answered. And the CEO said, "We didn't want that stain on our company name." And I was just like, oh,
ooh, burn.
Oh, it's just like, oof.
Well, I know. I was very confused when I went to Overstock to look for a comparative price for something I was, thinking about buying. And it said, Bed Bath & Beyond by Overstock.
Yep.
It was like, well, which is it? It seemed very kind of deceptive. It's like, oh, it's still its own brand. It's not our brand, but we're the only ones where you can get that brand. But we don't own the brand.
How they're half-assing it. Like they want to be Bed Bath & Beyond because people know Bed Bath & Beyond more than they know Overstock, but they hate that they're having to use it.
Yeah, they even have the 20% off coupons. Yeah. Wow.
Non-expiring coupons rocked. You got to say that. It's like, oh, I can use this coupon over and over and over. You're not going to even take it away from it. I get to leave with the coupon that doesn't expire. Nice. But yeah, it was really deceptive the way that they did it. Like, we have it, but it's not us, but it kind of is us because this is where you can get it. But, if you don't like it, don't, if it's a piece of crap, don't blame us because we're just the third party, broker, really. It was just very strange. It was very, very deceptive, I thought, the way that they kind of did it.
Oh, yeah.
The rebrand.
Well, yeah. And see, I don't like that. It's deceptive. It's I mean, well, whoever said that business was honest, but I mean, it's slimy. I don't like it. And I don't like the like the weird irony that comes about after situations like this. Like people think that and they don't know. And it's just like, I feel like some embarrassment by proxy sometimes, like
parents, and is now got the
secondhand embarrassment
suit that's your grandparent and wandering around pretending to be your grandparent.
It was a very Roger Horton move.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Roger Horton from Cracked, right? Is it Cracked? Yeah. So I don't know. I just don't like that because well, it's just it's disingenuous, and it's like, that's like the kind of shit that like a shitty person would do or whatever. Like it's deceptive, and I don't like it. I just don't like it. It's not cool. And looking at this site here,
vendor list and be done with it. You know,
it
Be
yeah,
the
it
vendor
looks
list. Take the
it looks
stuff, but you don't have to co-opt the brand.
it looks exactly like the Bed Bath & Beyond website that I remember. I'm going to go to the archive.org and look and pull up an old copy of the Bed Bath & Beyond website to compare it. But I mean, I don't like that. But I don't have to like it. I was never a fan of the store either, though, to be honest with you. It's always a disorganized fucking mess, like just shit, like just a claustrophobic, spastic tornado went through the fucking place of random shit everywhere. Not my type of place at all. At all. I mean, I'd rather buy a blender on Amazon any day. And it's cheaper.
Right. How many choices of shower curtains do you really need?
Well, that's coming from Walmart, but yeah, no. I mean, because it's the plain ass white liner. Like that's what we do. That's what we got. I don't know. I don't know about these fabric, whatever, and anything else. Yeah, okay. So it is pretty much exactly the same, the website. I mean, there's some inverted colors here and there. Like the 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 banner is blue with white text, and now it's white with blue text, but it's the same freaking shade of blue, probably the same color code.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, yeah, if you were in a coma, if you were in a willful coma for 18 months or however long, you wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't know that this is not the same company. It's just the same name of some other company, I guess, that sells the same shit. But I mean that's a whole other issue with overstock to me. I mean, it's not really overstock. Like maybe it was at one time, and maybe some of it is, but when I think of overstock, I'm thinking of these are like closeouts and liquidations and like literally overstock. Like shit, we ended up with way too many of these at the end of the season, so we're gonna mark them way the fuck down, and you're gonna get the shit cheap.
Version of Big Lots.
Basically, yes, exactly, yes, exactly. But that's not really what it was.
Getting its ass handed to it as Big Lots.
Yeah.
Big Lots lost me money. I'll admit it. I'll say it.
Your volume went way down, Lynn.
And once the it was doing really well, and then all of a sudden earnings tanked, and then the stock soon followed after.
Yeah,
they're down to what, like $8 a share now or something?
Funny how that happens.
like that. And it's always crowded. Every time I go in there, there's a line.
Oh wow, it's gone way down since then.
Yeah, did they do a split? Did they do a split or something?
Look at
and they just
2021 it was all the way up at $70 a share, and then it just shat bricks.
Well, everybody had all that pandemic cash, and they, dollar goes farther at
retailers,
at Big Lots, especially before the inflation kicked in. So
we're going to look back on this time when the government shut everything down and then handed you paychecks and go, that was fucking stupid.
I mean, yeah, Lynn, your volume like dropped.
Yeah, you're either away from the mic or something.
Speak into the microphone a little more closely.
My earbud died, so now I have to use the phone.
Oh no!
I know. I'm down to one. I lost one again.
All right, we're gonna start a FinTwit GoFundMe to get Lynn a Yeti Blue mic.
I need something. I need something that's wired though, because I lose the wireless ones.
Like what I use is a Yeti Blue, and it's a really nice mic. And Best Buy, about $100, I think I paid for it. Like I probably could have gotten a cheaper mic that did the same thing, but
you better start trading some of that FTT, Lynn. A couple FTT trades, and you'll have it. I got an email.
You need to get on that chain link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
just think I live in a bunker or a soup can.
I got an email a couple weeks ago from somebody who claims to be from a company that makes microphones, and they basically offered me a free microphone, in exchange for providing my. Well, they didn't, yeah, but they didn't say it that. But, providing my honest feedback and a couple highlighting it a couple times, and I just didn't respond. I was going to. I had every intention of replying and saying, "Yeah, sure, whatever," but I just didn't. I just got busy.
You got a sponsorship offer at least.
Yeah, so I may still do it. I looked it up. I looked into. I forget that I'd never heard of the brand. I'd never heard of anything about it, but it does seem to be legitimate. And then of course, well, I don't know if I've talked about this on stream, but whatever, since I haven't done it. I got an offer from, or I got an email from a kind of a big YouTuber documentarian that wanted to interview me for a documentary that he was doing about the AMC phenomenon. And I had every intention really of doing that too, but I didn't. And it's the last thing that I think about on a daily basis is YouTube bullshit. So, but yeah, but the microphone thing, I thought that was kind of cool. I may still look into it. If I do, Lynn, I'll send it out to you. Fuck it. I don't need. I use a headset,
What if it sounds like
so I don't care.
What if it sounds like crap? Then you're stuck. Like, what if it sounds like crap? Then you have to say, are you going to be honest and say,
Well,
you sent me this free microphone to try. It sounds like crap. I'm going to keep it. Like, just say it sounds good. How does that work?
From what I could tell,
I don't know.
it appears to be. It appears to be what they do is they import microphone components from China, and there are a handful of brands that basically do about the same thing. And I think I'm familiar with essentially what it is from my previous life in audio and music stuff. Like it's basically a $100 Chinese condenser mic that you could get at Sam Ash Music, basically, is what it looks like. Now, I'm saying that and I don't know. And I'm also not saying the brand. And, I don't have this microphone. I probably won't. But that's what it appears to be based on the price, based on the way it looks. It looks like that type of microphone. So, and from what I can recall, those microphones generally, they're okay. Like, they're fine. So I think it would probably be okay, but I don't know. I don't really. That was never a concern for me, really. To be honest, it's not. I don't really care. Now I want it to sound decent, and I do care what it sounds like, but it's kind of like the camera thing. What the fuck do you need to see me for? Like, can you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand the words? Does it mean something? Okay, then I'm sorry. Deal with a little bit of I'm talking to you over the internet from hundreds or thousands of miles away, half a world away. I'm sorry, it's not fucking crystal clear 8K quality audio, but so it just wasn't a concern. Plus, I was cheap and just using what I had. So all that is just to say that it was never really something I worried about, and I never got that many complaints either. So I'm fine with having
Yeah.
an okay sounding headset. Like it's a Razer headset that I got on clearance.
Headset mic.
Yeah.
You can still tell it's a headset mic, but it's not like it's like got all the huge distortion to it.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I want it to have that distortion, so I'll bring it closer to my mouth and do that.
Yeah.
But I also have some software effects in line, like some dynamics and things, and so and some a triggered compressor on the program audio so that it gets quieter when I talk and things like that. Basic processing. But yeah, to me, it was like, okay, I think that the information is the most important thing. Like, if I were in this dire situation and I wanted to like figure out what was going on and hear something different, am I going to turn it off because the guy doesn't have a perfect audio sound? That's dumb. And you deserve to lose all your money if that's the case. So, like, I didn't care, and I still don't really in that sense. But yeah. But having said all of that, it is kind of cool, like to actually, quote unquote, get offered a sponsorship. But also, I don't want to be tied to anything either. I like not having any tethers like that. Like, I don't care. I'll say whatever. And there's nobody that can get pissed except for YouTube, and they can kick me off the platform, which may have happened once, but
because you have 37,000 likes on your live stream.
yeah, 37,000 likes on a video that has 6 viewers.
I
don't know how that works.
And I found it hilarious because I see this tweet that Manuel posted that he said he served Adam on this lawsuit, the Texas federal lawsuit, and I don't see an update on the docket that service was verified or anything. The last one says 10/4/2023, order denying motion to serve process via federal summons signed by Magistrate Judge Kimberly Priest Johnson. Get wrecked. So maybe they haven't filed to update it with the receipt saying that they served it, but I find it funny that he made this post saying that he served Adam Aron, and I don't see it anywhere on this docket.
Who's the litigant on that?
Doesn't count as service.
Yeah.
Is that the
yeah? What I think is I heard that he tried to go to his house, so he may have just dumped it on his doorstep and then called that service.
Is that for MMTLP or who?
No, what this is oh man, this backstory on this. So Adam Aron received emails from this person, Nelson Willis is his name. Apparently there were some not so kosher things. I won't say what was in the emails because we'll get to that in a second. But because of the contents of the emails, Adam Aron filed for a restraining order in the state of Texas. When he was told by the court in Texas that, he would have to appear in a Texas court in order to, get this restraining order, he withdrew the restraining order. I can understand the desire to not be in a courtroom with someone that you're trying to file a restraining order against, but that's how them dice roll, Mr. Aron. So,
yeah, right.
So after withdrawing it, Mr. Nelson threw a pissy fit and got a hold of Ethan. Ethan then helped him, which if you remember back to the Delaware case, this is borderline illegal. This is unlawful and unlicensed lawyering going on by Ethan if you're helping someone create documents and advising them on how to file and serve and handle their case. That is the unlawful practice of law. But we'll get to that. So they file this case in the state of Texas. And they give a big, long complaint. I'm pretty sure I have it here. I'll drop it in the Discord. I mean, not Discord, in the here while I'm talking. But they filed this huge complaint about, oh, woe is me. He tried to unlawfully, sue me and all these different things. And there's a little part of it that I found amusing. So supposedly these emails, which Adam Aron contends death threats and this like were sent. The problem that I find with this filing is that, and that's it right there that I just dropped. It should take a sec to download. There's none of the emails were submitted as exhibits or anything like that. They just said, oh, well, I may have gotten a little angry. And I just can't help but read into that. It's like, You sent death threats to him, and you're hoping that the judge doesn't notice that you're excluding the email that clearly has sent death threats to him.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember you commenting on that recently, and bringing that up or something. Yeah, right. That jogs my memory.
That's
Right.
his backpedal.
That seems very disingenuous and yeah, to say the least.
So there's that whole document there that's basically the lawsuit. And what happened is they tried to serve him, failed on an unexecuted summons that was returned. Then they sent a letter requesting for the judge and sent a motion that they wanted a federal marshal to serve him. And the court denied that because they said you haven't exhausted all the other options available to you. And since you failed to serve, you've shown no evidence that, and you failed to serve him at his place of business. There's no proof that if we sent a federal marshal to go serve him, that he would be any more successful than you were. So how about you stop being lazy and, just serve him? And so that's where we are right now.
The shareholder meeting.
Well, here's the thing. He being Ethan, threatened to citizens arrest Adam Aron on Twitter at one point. And it's been pretty clear from the talks that we've seen in some of these documents and posts that Adam Aron has that they follow some of these people's, Twitters and stuff like that, their posts and these different personalities, and that they watch their YouTube. That was made pretty clear during the Delaware case. So last shareholder meeting, they sent out an 8K that said, if you have sent threats to any member or family members of AMC management, you're denied entry. We will turn you away at the door from the shareholder meeting, which Ethan has also threatened that he's going to sue over. So I doubt even if he tried to serve Adam Aron at the AMC shareholders meeting that he probably wouldn't have been let in the front door. And also at the shareholder meeting, if you listen to the recording, none of them were there live in person. The whole board of AMC, including Adam Aron, teleconferenced in.
Okay.
Not playing.
Yeah, looking at this document here now, I do remember looking at it because of the poetic, let's say, introductory. Yeah. In Texas, the spirit of justice blows as strong as a southern wind, a lesson that has been whispered through our history. Texas children are taught this lesson because it's rooted in moral fiber and ethical fortitude. It tells them to stand tall against the bullies of the schoolyard and the unscrupulous giants of Wall Street alike. I mean,
Ethan fancies himself a lawyer. Too bad he's kind of dumb.
Totally wrote that.
What that, Lynn?
Chat GPT.
Oh, right.
Totally.
Probably. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's nice, and I do appreciate I do appreciate a good I do appreciate a good southern what's the word sensibility. It has that to me, but
if he
it
doesn't
just
speak like that, he doesn't write like that.
Right. Yeah, no, this guy doesn't. Right. Yeah, this is just so weird.
I wonder if there's a way, if I could look up this name here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to work page magic, because if Adam Aron filed a restraining order, then maybe Mr. Nelson here is already in the system and I can find the original lawsuit. 1 sec.
Oh. Yeah, see, that type of searching and whatnot is far beyond what we, our capabilities. And I mean, I'm not going to say interest, because it is interesting, but it's not something that, I've never really done legal research. So
find the emails, because I'm kind of curious what sort of content was in these emails.
There's like a societal problem here where people think it's okay to make death threats against a CEO or throw things at a musician performing on stage in a concert. It's just like, what is wrong with you people? You can't just be lashing out like a toddler all the time. You think it's funny, or you think it's going to make you, your way. It's just ridiculous. I've never death threatening a CEO it's just like it's just not done. It's just not done for good reason.
I don't know. It's fucked up. Yeah.
I guess this restraining order was filed in a state court because it's not showing up in Pacer. Oh well, it was a nice thought.
Yeah. Okay. Now, let's see. That's that, and then yeah. It's so funny because it's like this is where the rubber meets the road as far as like you have to like you can't just bullshit. You can, I guess, but you'll be laughed out of court, like we hope and basically know that Al will be. But like this is you can bullshit on social media and you can whatever and you can convince people and yada yada yada. But when it comes like into terms of like litigation, it's like the one area where the apes, not the only area, but like the one area where they are venturing into that, just like all the other areas, they have no clue about. But the difference is this area actually does look at the fucking citations and sources, and you can't bullshit it. Like
it's
like yeah.
My favorite slogan that I need to get on a T-shirt is "Reality is undefeated."
Yeah. 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 True. And I want to do a video, another video or live stream or something, and looking at like just a concept of like what actually is reality here, because I mean I could say that I think that, well, certainly we got some NPCs. There are definitely some non-playable type figures that are questionable here. I'm not going to get into the thing of calling people shills or paid actors or which we actually used it around here. We we like to use terms like to accurately. So when Lynn and I even have talked about like how most of the time they misuse the term shill. Like they're not even like when these influencer Muppets, talk about shills, like somebody like Phil, I am this retarded for real.
It's like
like it's anybody who doesn't agree with him is a shill or a bot, and it's like, what are you talking about?
It's like the folding ideas video. I don't know if you've watched that, where
some of it,
all these like meme stock people were using Reddit awards to pump their garbage onto r/all, and they had to redefine what the term shill is to hide the fact that they're the shills.
Right.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's like, no, you're the shill.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like to call us any of us a shill here, it's like, all right, well, first of all, no. And secondly, like, I mean, I'm half joking, but also not. I would love to be offered money to be doing this. I don't know if I would take it or not, because I don't need the money. I'm independently wealthy. I work for private equity.
Call
remember?
me anytime, Doug. I'll be there in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Well, there you go. He seems like a pretty cool dude. I probably wouldn't mind working for him, but uh, I mean, I guess it's a compliment that you think, or whoever, this person calling us a shill, you think that we're good enough that we could get paid? All right, I'll take that. That's fine. Sure. You think that we're doing a good enough job that we should be offered money to be a paid shill for the position that we have, or just not even position, just this, approach?
For this channel all the time, and it hasn't done any good at all.
Right. I used to do it too until I realized that my freaking comments are getting censored all over YouTube.
Yeah, I know. It's like you were the first comment. I even liked it, like the creator heart like that you can do.
Yeah.
And you still have to go to the new comments to see it. It doesn't show up in the like top comments thing.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you hiding his? He's actually. What I should do is I should just pin it. That's what.
Yeah. Okay. That's another thing you can do, right? So we've had problems with that too. People commenting on ours. But it's funny, those comments about, well, I was looking for investment advice and I came across Mrs. Crystal Myers, and Mrs. Crystal Myers has so many years of experience. And then there's like 18 replies. Oh, yes, I also found Mrs. Crystal Myers, the spam. Oh, really?
Creepiest ones are the ones where the bots start having conversations with.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
I talked to her too, and she's so great, and it's just a back and forth conversation. You're like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah,
so
they become self-aware. That's freaky.
So I looked up one of these once.
Oh no, the Skynet has become active.
It is, yeah. I looked up one of the names in one of those crypto like spam comment threads that was posted on my channel. I forget the name. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's Mrs. It's always Mrs. or Mr. too. They always use that. Mrs. Shit, Manuel might remember actually, because I don't know, he's might. But anyway, Mrs. Brenda Hamilton, that's it. Mrs. Brenda Hamilton, securities attorney. And so I looked her up, okay? And Brenda Hamilton actually is a securities attorney in Florida, which is where Manuel is. Or, well, I mean, that may be where he was at one time. But Brenda Hamilton.
Through there sometimes.
Yeah. Securities lawyer. Yeah. Brenda Hamilton, securities lawyer. Securities lawyer 101. Okay. So this was the name that was in one of those spam comment threads. And I'm like, okay, but this actually appears to be a real person. So did this person actually pay someone or engineer themselves a spam comment thread?
Sold the name because they knew that they were a legit person, so they're bartering with their name.
Maybe. I can't remember if the actual contact information was in any of the comments or if it was just the name, but I was surprised that it actually was a real person that was actually doing what it said they were, because I just assumed that they were all fake.
Happens a lot on Twitter when people like steal people's accounts. They keep the name and everything because then you can flip it and pretend to be that person and trade on their credibility to promote your grift.
So
it can just be when you're in websites and they collect certain information about you. If you don't click the, do not sell my information or do not share my information, that's the kind of stuff that they can collect. It's innocuous. It's, just information that could be found about you by somebody who really wants to.
Oh yeah.
They have it, and so they sell it, and then those people sell it to bot farms. And next thing you know, the bots are putting your name in somebody's YouTube comment.
Yeah, they call that operational security or OPSEC. Like, what can we find in the public domain about this? Or how can I get into this locked, secure building? Not really breaking in, although you are, but like, how can I trick this lock, with a screwdriver or something, or a credit card?
The list of names.
Or
names and what they do.
The best one I ever saw was someone who had a proximity card duplication machine, right? Like these HID cards that you use to get in access to buildings, like an access card, employee badge. They had a contraption in their backpack. And this was at a security conference, like a DEF CON thing. But anyway, they had this machine in the backpack in the men's restroom. And it was active. He was in one urinal, and that guy that his target was in the urinal using the urinal next to him. He was able to clone that fucking card from that distance, which is like what, 2-3 feet, like to where your shoulders are to someone who's in a urinal next to you. The machine like read the card and saved the credentials, and he was able to then pull it up and use a cloned version of his card to gain access to secure areas of the building while they were taking a piss. I thought that was some goddamn great engineering. But the most classic of all OPSEC schemes is get yourself a clipboard, get yourself a hard hat, and maybe a 3-point reflective vest. You can get into any fucking any secure, any locked room or area that you want to. I'm here. Maybe you have a small, like short ladder, like a 6-foot ladder with you too. I'm here to look at the whatever, make it up. Oh, nobody will ever ask.
Walk. You just look like you know that you belong here, and people
it's
don't.
All about confidence. Yes, the intentionality. I mean, I've seen some crazy shit like that too, but yeah, it is definitely very fascinating. But getting back to Brenda Hamilton, securities lawyer. So one thing that was funny here was she's got all these categories along the side on this blog style website. One of them is, and there's a lot of information here about it. It is called, where is it? Well, there's manipulative trading. There is regulation show. There is naked short selling. There is all of this shit.
OTC in there.
OTC. And basically she says, yeah, naked short selling is, you're not going to get anywhere with that. Like, you're not going to get, like, if your strategy is to try to claim naked short selling, I'm not going to be able to help you. And funnily enough,
yeah, because it's so hard to prove the data that you need.
It's impossible.
Short selling is stuff the SEC only has.
Yeah, it's not discernible. You can't even tell what's a short sale and what's not a short sale in terms of like market data. You can tell if it was a buy or a sell based on the price, if it is, matches the bid or the ask price. A lot of them are in between, so you don't really know if it's matched at the mid price. Technically speaking, you can't tell if that was a buy or a sell because it's at the price in between the bid and ask price, which probably means it was a buy on a payment for order flow brokerage. But, strictly speaking, like, you don't really know. But like, as far as the market is concerned, a short sale, whether it's naked or not, it doesn't really matter. But I don't really think there's that much illegal naked short selling that occurs. I don't get that sense. I don't have, there's no evidence to support that. So I have to go with default of no. But there's no
file I just dropped is the Savvy case, and it's really instructive if you want to understand how the SEC goes about finding naked short selling.
Okay.
And 9 times out of 10, it's the broker tells the SEC, hey, these people aren't showing us valid locates. In fact, what happened in the Savvy case, if you get into it, is that the locates they're trying to use were these preferred convertible shares as their locate, and both their broker and the SEC told them that's not how that works, my dude. And that's why they got sued, because they were trying to fraudulently use these these
Oh,
shares as their locate.
okay. It has to be the same security, right? It has to be the same
Yeah.
exact fucking thing.
Mhm.
You can't use a derivative. You can't use a preferred share. You can't use an option
That's
or
why
a
this
warrant.
tokenized security bullshit
It's bullshit,
just makes
right?
me laugh.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and that's one thing too that you see these people, these Muppets. They talk about naked short selling, um, and you know, as everything I've ever read about it and tried to learn over the last 2 years, because I actually have tried to, is that, well, it's the brokers actually, that brokers are the ones who arrange for securities lending. Like customers don't do that. We don't do that. Institutional investor customers for prime brokers, they don't do it. We just say, hey, I want to sell these. I want to sell these short. I want to sell to open a trade. And so, all right, we'll let you do it or we won't let you do it. And if we let you do it, then, you know, reasonably you can conclude that we have been able to find it. Yeah.
And if this naked shorting thing was so pervasive, I'd have a shortened finger motion right now. But Fidelity says, look, we don't have any shares available. So, you know,
Yeah.
tough nuts
Right.
for you.
That and the borrowing cost fluctuation, you know, being tied to the demand of loans for that stock, whatever. Although I don't know that's another. I don't want to get too into that because I don't know, but theoretically, you know, it would be based on supply. But I don't know if there's other factors or really how what goes into determining that cost. Um, and I don't really know. I've tried to find that out, and I really haven't had much luck locating, no pun intended, that. But yeah, I mean, the market doesn't see any difference between sales. It doesn't distinguish between anything, really. That's how you can get a share that is borrowed multiple times. Like, it's not that hard to understand that when you sell something, somebody else is buying it. When you buy it, you don't know. You don't know who sold it to you, technically, where it came from.
Yeah.
That was matched by the settlement system at the DTC, and you know, it's out of everyone else's hands. So your broker just now knows, hey, mark one down in his column and on his account, quote unquote, he has that share, but it's the same. I mean, it's long and short. I mean, really, it's like, it's that basic. So yeah, your broker doesn't know if that was a share that was lent. And at the end of the day, all those multiple short positions and long positions that are created from those multiple chains of lending, they're all going to collapse in on themselves, and it'll all cancel out. And there's no economic impact whatsoever, except for the traders that are involved. So that was revelatory for me to learn that a couple years ago, because I'd never thought about this. Like, who would ever think about this? Like, this is irrelevant to actual market participation, in my opinion. This does not matter. None of the shit that I've talked about in the last 2 years has an impact on anything that means anything or should, in terms of people actually being profitable. I'm convinced. Like, we're sitting here debating about naked short selling while Model 3 dude is trading Tesla shares and making a bunch of money. Like, why are we focused on this? It's irrelevant. Like, but okay, it came up. So I learned about it, and it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Could it be better? Could they distinguish it? Probably. Do they need to? I don't know. I don't think so. So it's just, it sounds weird. It's a soundbite. It's a media. It's what it is. It's a soundbite. Melissa Lee or whoever can go on CNBC and say, "Oh, well, they've sold the shares multiple times." Like, it's so sensational. But if you think about it logically, and I drew out diagrams of this to try to understand it before, this position creates this position, you know, it makes sense. There's nothing there really. And why would anybody, you know, lie about that type of thing or engage in illegal activity if there were shares available to borrow? That's my big question. Why why would you cheat and basically fraudulently short sell if there are actual legitimate shares available to sell short in the legal way? It makes no sense. They wouldn't, I don't think they would do it. I don't know. I don't think they would. Most on something so high profile, I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. Like, why would you take that risk? Why would the broker take that risk? Again, it's the broker doing this. The hedge fund doesn't know shit about it.
And even back when naked shorting wasn't illegal,
right?
It happened on like these little shitco penny stocks because there wasn't shares to short. AMC is so liquid, you don't need to naked short it to get a short position.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. And this one blew my mind because I was on the Google Scholar, looking for information about naked short selling and short selling in general. And I found a paper that was maybe from about 5-6 years. It was pre-pandemic, so it had nothing to do with this. And it looked at, forget the method, but and the techniques they used. But anyway, they looked at short selling and what they identified as potentially naked short selling, and so they worked off that assumption, and they actually managed to pretty convincingly show that naked short selling actually provides a net positive to the market in the same way that short selling does. It's really not any different, according to the conclusions of this paper. The concerns about float increase, parent float increase, and things like that, it's irrelevant. It basically had no effect on it. In fact, it actually turned out that the naked short sellers, and you might be like, this might be the case with what you're saying too. The naked short sellers were not leading the decline in price. And that's what you see with short selling in general. I think they are reacting to. They're not leading in, they're reacting to. Then that's the whole point. The amount that short selling decreases a price, would be dependent on different factors, but mainly the price that people are willing to sell it for or buy it for. So at the end of the day, it is so dumb to focus on this shit. Like, when at the end of the day, you should be focused on the fact that people want to sell what you I think is priceless and worth all this money. There is so much demand for people to sell it that, people have to go out and pay money to borrow it to sell this thing. Is that a fucking winning stock? Is that generational wealth? Probably not. I'm, just out on a limb, probably not. It's probably not worth what you think it's worth. And that's more important to me than whether they have fucking source for every share that was sold. And also, I mean, and then you get them. They also, about Citadel, the market makers, well, they can short. Okay. You don't want to go back to a time when there's no liquidity. Like,
yeah,
I don't think
it warps price discovery.
Right. And
because if
not in
liquidity dries up, then you get what happened just yesterday with the treasury market, where they had the poor treasury offering.
Oh yeah.
The yield shot back up because the liquidity in the market on one day shriveled up, and suddenly prices got all jacked up. That's exactly what would happen, is not just to the upside, but to the downside.
No, right.
If you lost all the liquidity and suddenly there was a sell, and people have to dump the price lower and lower to just get rid of these shares, it creates poor price discovery. It means you get a worse price for your shares whenever you buy or sell them. It's horrible.
It's not good, right? Generally it's not, and that's what they found. That's what they always find everywhere when they look at short selling bands. They find that they increase the spreads market quality goes down. It's not good. And the problem is, here's the, like, as far as I can tell, the major like rift or disconnection is between the fact that the meme stock traders, they want the volatility. They want insane volatility, like to the tune of a massive short squeeze. But short selling itself is a damper of volatility in that sense that it's not just going to keep going down. You're going to have a padding of short covering at some point. That is going to be, the selling pressure is going to be counteracted by short sellers covering, which acts as a stopgap or an insurance.
Jim Chanos says that
yes,
short sellers are forced buyers at some point.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And it's not that they're buying to accumulate a position, it's to close a position, but it doesn't matter. It's still buying. Somebody's buying it. So, or they're buying it, somebody's selling it to them.
Or on the price.
Right, exactly. And you see that all the time in these stocks. But yeah, it's so misunderstood. And I mean, yeah, it's really easy to fall into the trap of blaming this or that, or, thinking that, I don't think, sometimes maybe you can tell, but I don't think you can. Like, you're just seeing aggressive market selling. You don't know if that's short selling. You have no clue. I mean, really, at the end of the day, unless there's some kind of catalyst that would warrant it, and even that is a stretch to me. Why even bother worrying about or speculating, oh, it's a naked short attack or it's a short ladder attack? I mean, I used to have a recording of Mark Kohrs, okay, the hedge fund guy, back when he was against the apes the first time, like before he got all hot and bothered about terrible,
is his own level of grifter.
He was like, initially, I mean, I didn't have a problem with him because he was calling out all this dumbass errors and mistakes and misunderstandings in this community at first. And then he got I wanted to sleep with terrible or something. I don't know. And then things got weird. And then he was like grifting with the apes or something. I don't know. It was weird, really weird. But I just go back to when I knew
both sides of the ball.
He has.
I find it funny that at one point he was sued by Overstock for essentially short and distorting Overstock, which he's now long, by the way.
That's funny.
I want to know what the terms of that settlement was, because with how much he talks bullishly about Overstock,
yeah, he really does.
Undisclosed settlement was that he's Overstock's bitch for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that was a red flag for me when he started talking about that shit. Definitely, because I mean, and it's kind of a running joke, Overstock, talk about Overstock. Like, first of all, I mean, yeah, who cares about Overstock? And then secondly, I don't believe that the popular narrative that the apes talk about Overstock.com and the short squeeze in 2020 or whatever, it's nonsense. It's garbage. I don't think it went down the way the apes think it did. And that was the whole motivation for all of the dividend talk, that happened earlier in 2021 and 2, because they believed that, this crypto dividend token, whatever, caused this massive squeeze on Overstock. And maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't know. I don't think it did. But yeah, but that was okay, let's get this. Well, I'll have what they're having, But Mark Kohrs, he was he made it very clear. I just want to let you know, I am a hedge fund guy. I'm a hedgie, okay? I'm telling you, I don't know what a short ladder attack is. I have never heard of this. I don't know what it means. I don't know how to do one. And beyond that, I don't know how to naked short anything. I don't have a naked short button. I don't have any way to sell shares that I don't have at least reference to. And if I submit as order to sell and I don't have the shares, the broker's going to handle the location of them. So if somehow I end up actually naked shorting something, it wasn't because I wanted to. It was because my broker didn't locate the shares. So it really poured cold water on most of the narrative because the whole narrative is naked. The hedgies are naked shorting the stock because they're so concerned about the price. It's nonsense. They can't even do it. That's not even a possibility. And that's coming from a hedge fund guy himself. Like, I, this was in fall of 2021. I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Uh, so let's just call Mark Cohodes a shill or a hedgie, which he is, and just keep saying the thing that he pretty definitively debunked. So I don't think about that kind of stuff, and I don't think it matters. No, I don't think any of it matters in the sense that, yeah, the market is kind of stupid, but you can still make money. As long as you can still make money, um, relatively easily, I guess, in the sense that you didn't actually have to do anything. You just literally swiped your screen 3 times and you just doubled your money. Okay, that's cool. I like when that happens, but uh that can still happen. If that stops being able to happen, okay, then maybe it's a thing. But if you can do that kind of stuff, you're just being entitled. You're just you didn't swipe the screen at the right time, and so that's what it comes down to. I do that all the time. I swipe the screen the wrong fucking way, the wrong time, and the number go down instead of up. It sucks. But like trying to get all this technicality bullshit, it was the wrong tactic. I mean, they should have just learned how to make a trade. That would have been so much easier. Like, especially the one like cut losses on AMC. That would have been a good trade to been able to know how to do. But I did see on Reddit. Where is it? Where is it?
Well, can I interject one thing?
Yes, you better, yeah.
A lot of the apes and the meme stock traders are trading on the assumption that there's a human involved, that there's a component
yeah,
making the
yeah. Well, and not only a human,
in some cases, but not in their case.
Not only a human, the human in terms of like power and just sheer masculinity. Ken Griffin. I mean, he controls everything in our society. Can you imagine giving so much power to someone? I mean, it's wild. But yeah, they think that someone, in particular him, is pulling the strings behind the curtain. You're absolutely right. But are you going to follow through with the butt part? But we know
it's a computer.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
even if you get into a discussion like that about like the computer stuff, they twist and bend that. Like I was trying to explain like arbitrage trading and why a bunch of these former Forex traders got into crypto trading. It's because they got pushed because the spreads are so small and, the fluctuations are real small in foreign exchange markets that a lot of them went to crypto because the spreads were wider. And when you can parlay the arbitrage, you don't have to beat a computer out because and it's so volatile. The risk is so hard to arbitrage, crypto trades between platforms and stuff like that. And there's so much market distortion in crypto that a lot of them just there's more money to arbitrage crypto because the computer just beats them to every trade in a Forex market. And of course, as I was using that to help explain the arbitrage trade that I was in AMC, and of course, CSI warps that into all these algorithms are manipulating the market, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, you fucking missed the point. You
Right. Always. Yep. And yeah, I'm playing Emmanuel's
Waiting. They're just doing what they do.
well, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's only two things. This is the thing. Like, and I'm watching this Bed Bath and Beyond video, and this is a lot earlier in the process than I thought it was. It actually looks like it actually looks like pretty much like I remember it looking. It's not as desolate as anywhere. It's not even close. Um, I feel like there's another one though from later. I don't know if maybe it's not his. Maybe it was just a rando
that
Yeah.
Yahoo News did that the shelves were just like,
Yeah.
and even if it wasn't empty, like the store looked like a freaking disaster zone.
Yeah, this one looks pretty decent, but I don't think you see another soul in the video at all. He walks through the whole store.
Really?
But
there's nobody.
Nobody. Yeah.
You should go to my channel and then look at the Bed Bath and Beyond video I did, and you can see like this, and then compare it to as they're like closing up. It's just night and day.
Yeah, when you start seeing signs like everything must go, store fixtures for sale, you know that's it.
Yep. Literally, there was a sticker on one of the hand sanitizer trash can stations.
Jesus Christ.
To sell it if you wanted to buy it. It was yeah.
I'll pop over to your channel. So I was gonna say this one last thing, and then I'll let you guys give a last word, opinion, or whatever statement, because I'm running out of steam here pretty quickly. But yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock here, which is not that late, but you know, whatever. There's really there are two things that you can do in a market, and I think like at the end of the day, when I get all flustered and I'm thinking about all these complicated ass financial bullshits, I try to go back to this. There are two things that you can do, two things that anyone can do. You can buy or you can sell. Now it's more complicated because there's different, you know, derivative, you know, like options or whatever. I'm not even gonna fucking say the S word, swaps, but I guess I did. But it hasn't been. It's unclear how that affects equities, I'll say. So I don't worry about it. And that's the attitude that I have tried to adopt. I don't know. I'm not worrying about it. I can buy or I can sell, and that's it. And really, at the end of the day, that's what the big dogs are doing too. So if you're talking about manipulation, you're really talking about manipulative or deceptive buying and selling. That's all it could be. And could it even be that? Because how would you ever say that that's manipulative buying? You didn't really mean to buy that, or you didn't want to buy it, but you did to spite me, or you know, you accepted a lower price for that than you would have normally because of me. I don't think that it really works like that. I mean, I don't know, and maybe it does sometimes, but by and large, I think everybody's concerned about their own bottom line mostly. I certainly am. Like, it's not a very big bottom line, but I'm not trading for anybody else. I'm not doing any action that does not benefit me or that I think will benefit me. I'm sure that some of these, you know, institutions do this kind of stuff, but how do you know it? You can't prove it. You'll never know. So it makes sense to me to assume that it's not happening and just trade off of face value what's happening, that I can show, that I can prove, that the tape shows that it was just buying, selling. Okay. Are they going to hold on to it tomorrow? Who knows? In this market, probably not. It probably came out overnight, actually. But, you know, whatever. That's what you needed to do at the time to you know, balance the accounts. Whatever you can buy, you could sell. That's it. And in that sense, it's very simple. In that sense, it's easy to think about how the market is essentially a series of auctions that are concurrently happening constantly, continuously. Like you got people that are trying to get the best price to sell, best price to buy. Both are negotiable continuously, and it's automatically being matched. I mean, that's what it is. It's all it is. That's all it is. It's a guy selling cattle. It's a guy selling fucking horses or something. It's a guy selling antiques. It's all it is. It's somebody trying to get as much as they can for some worthless bullshit. To bring it back to that. So all of this nonsense, it just misses the point so much. It's such a disservice, like to anybody who, is involved, wants to be involved, wants to learn, or just, has to employ any type of like financial techniques or, um, uh, not haggling, but like, yeah, any type of deal making and stuff like that. If you think that this is how it works based on this whole experience, I mean, get ready for some more secondhand embarrassment on my part, I guess. Like we see the videos of these people going to buy cars and shit, and some of the shit that they say, or some of the shit that they've said on some of these videos where they call up a brokerage firm. And like, I know Lynn has been around when we did it. Well, we didn't do that. No, we watched videos of people doing that, calling and harassing the customer service reps about, this or that, or, meme stock, basically, why am I not rich kind of bullshit. It's like, that's, yeah, this has ripple effects, for sure. But if we can just remember that, people can buy, people can sell, and you got to do both. You have to do both. That's the other thing. You can't just do one. You have to do both. Otherwise, it's not a trade. You have initiated a trade, but you haven't closed a trade. Who cares about a fucking open trade? Like you're the richest person in the world, and you're simultaneously the poorest. It's Schrodinger's fucking stock position. Like you both win and lose until you close it and pick a side, But it's like, and that's true. Like, yeah, anything could happen. You could come back from that 99.9% loss. You could. It could happen. It's technically it's possible. It doesn't usually happen, but technically you don't lose it until you close a trade. Yes. But practically speaking, if you put in $100 and your account says you have 1 cent, come on. Like that's not good life skilling right there. Like, like you should have nipped that in the bud way before it got to that point, first of all. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say is that in a market you can buy and you can sell. It's the most basic thing, but it's the easiest thing to forget because there's all this extra shit and all these fucking weird formulas and whatever. But at the end of the day, that's all it is. So, yeah. I'm gonna look for that video. But yeah. Lynn, are you still with us? Or
I am.
well,
I am.
Okay. Whoever. Go, somebody.
Yeah, I mean, if she's got something to say, she can go if she wants.
She always does.
The only thing that I have to say, really, and I say this as, like the community boomer, don't invest more than you can lose, because
oh yeah,
what you can lose is a lot less than what you think you can lose. And as you go through life and you get older, it gets harder and harder to recoup those losses. And the time goes by faster than anybody thinks until you're there. So just, use your head and don't gamble emotionally, gamble logically. And I shouldn't say gamble because that's the way that it should be looked at.
Yeah.
It's a risk, and
right.
yeah, don't stick your neck out, too far, because that guillotine will come down, and it's easy when you're in your 20s. It's easy to recover from. When you're in your 30s, it's still pretty easy. 40s, a little harder. You get into your 50s, 60s, and
Yeah,
you're probably not going to make it up. So just
right.
think about the future, because it's out there.
Yeah, and
Good.
it's like that old stock market saying of how did I lose all my money? A little bit at first and then all at once.
Right. Or
Yeah.
I like this one. How do you make $1 million? How do you make $1 million in the stock market? Well, you put in 2 million. You invest 2 million, you'll end up with 1 million. You know, we want to get into these aphorism, like, well, Manuel thought that he figured out the key to the stock market, but every time he thinks he has the key to the stock market, the market changes the lock. And it's true, because what worked yesterday, that lock was probably changed for today. Or, and this is the last one, and then it's to you. But if something is obvious, when something becomes obvious, it's obviously wrong. And that is so applicable to this, because it was obvious to these people what was going to happen. They thought it was. And the more obvious it became, the more loose they were with just dumping money into something unsubstantiated. They thought it was proven, a sure thing. And it's like, there's no sure things anywhere, I don't think, in life, certainly not in the stock market. But yeah, it became obvious.
500,000 people become millionaires. No,
The more, right. And now I'll take it back to Mrs. Smith's third grade classroom in 1980, whatever. But what is popular is not always what's right, and what was right is not always what's popular. She had that fucking poster in her classroom, and I remember it because I wasn't like exactly the most popular kid, but and I wasn't right on it a lot either. But but I mean, goddamn, that's true. And the trades that are the most crowded, like Moas short squeeze plays, yeah, 500, half a million people generally don't get rich at once. It doesn't work like that. Like, the more crowded a trade is, the more you need to be looking at the other side. And for me, so many of these like market sayings, truths, whatever, observations, they're it's so, and I don't want to say obvious, because what does that say? Is it from wrong? But no, but it they become very clear to see in something like this. So it's the biggest opportunity ever, really, for a lot of people. Because if the bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity, these people have the opportunity of a fucking lifetime, because they got a problem here. They got a real problem. But hey, who among us hasn't fucked up like real bad, to the point where yeah, it was unclear as to whether it was gonna, I was gonna stay on the roadway or like go careening off the ditch, flipping over both ways and in flames, like, because that's where a lot of people are. But it, there's a lot to learn, clearly. I mean, and like, think about, like, we have managed to like keep some engagement over this time period. But I mean, really, it was started out as mainly as like me trying to figure out what was going on. Like, I knew this wasn't right. I didn't know what was wrong with it. But, like we've talked about, we know how to read. So, and then it just became like, okay, yeah, somebody's got to talk about this. This is fucked up. This is too messed up. So and we've learned a lot and grown immensely as well. So if that can be that helpful to someone who didn't get tangled up in this and isn't still in it like this, you know, what do you got to fucking lose? 1 cent left out of $100? Try something different, okay? Like really, seriously. Anyway, but
And I'd say just to leave it with is that, you know, we live in an era now where if you seriously do want to learn, this is we're lucky to be at a period of our lives where it is so easy to find information compared to people decades ago trading in the stock market. Everything that we have to learn is right there at our fingertips. You just have to be willing and open to learning. And part of learning is understanding that at times you're going to be wrong.
Yeah.
And I just try and keep myself open to that possibility. And that'll open you up to so much more if you just understand that maybe I don't know everything, and that to keep your mind open to the potential to learn, because there's just, for these people, there's no excuse. And even when they're given the opportunity to learn, they warp and distort things because at the end of the day, they're not willing to learn. It must fit inside their little box. And I hate the saying that we live in this like post-truth era, but part of it is I think just an unwillingness to learn, to want to admit one is wrong.
I know Lynn's got something to say on that. I feel that she probably does, but
How much
maybe I'm wrong. Well, considering it's only 9 o'clock in fucking California.
Yeah, 10, almost 10. 3 minutes.
Oh boy.
3 minutes.
Oh.
No, what Sonny Korak said is absolutely right. It is kind of like a post-truth world, but you don't need truth, you need facts. And facts aren't they don't hinge on truth. Facts are just facts, and they're neutral and they don't change. So there is something to that. And the other thing is that it's hard and it's confusing and it's frustrating, and it's a lot to wrap your head around. It's like law or engineering or medicine. There's strange terminology and strange processes and strange anagrams and strange acronyms, and it's a foreign language.
Paradoxical shit that you every indication is that this means this, but it doesn't, for whatever reason. It's something different.
Yeah, it's not,
but you make an assumption, because you have never, whoever, we've never done this before. We're not professionals.
But don't be afraid of that.
Imagine
to be confused.
Right.
Understand. It's okay. Everybody starts there.
Right. And crucially, it is essential to actually fail. At the end of the day, like, if you don't fuck anything up ever, then you're probably around a bunch of people that are telling you what you want to hear, which, like the emperor's new clothes, basically. Like, you are not doing what you think you're doing, probably, because you're being fed a bunch of bullshit, which these people have. So it's not the beginnings of compassion. It's not. Don't worry. I have no compassion for this willful level of ignorance at this point.
Or willful level of distortion. Like, I don't pretend to be some master of the Fed repo and reverse repo market, but when I hear people say stuff like, the reverse repo market is just how the shorts and hedgies get money from the government to keep their infinite shorts going, and when it dries up, MOAS will happen. It's like, you don't even know the basics of the repo market. Why do you think that you're some grandiose authority? You know, I've been listening to people who made it their whole life to learn the bond market, and I've been listening to them for a year and a half, and I still don't understand it. But yet you think you're some arbiter of what the bond market is.
Yeah, but you're a basic
peer,
a degenerate gambler like that. Like that's what you're talking about. You're talking about people like, and they like to talk about how, you know, the hedge funds made bad bets or whatever. No, actually, no, they didn't. They actually made money throughout this whole period when the meme stock gamblers lost money. And you know, there's something about a trend. I don't know what they say. Yeah, you know, the trends can, well, there's a lot of things, but like the um, trends can go on for longer than you know, you think that they will. And like trend reversal technology is one of the most frustrating things ever for me. Why did it go that way there? Why did it keep going this way here? What is happening? And like, again, it's just people buying and selling, but it's frustrating.
An answer.
And that's exactly it. The answer is I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, like I would love to understand exactly what's happening and why everything happened the way it did, but that will never happen. So, can I figure out a way to like, okay, I'm not gonna like be able to I'm not gonna be able to hitchhike all the way out to Ventura, California from Cleveland, Ohio. Okay, probably not without getting killed or worse. But um, you know, but I might be able to, you know, get across town. And so the analogy is like, all right, I'm not going to be able to make $1 million doing this, but hey, if I can make a couple $100 a week, I'm happy with that because that's successful. That is consistently, that is, there's nothing wrong. Like I don't, again, I don't need the money. Like I don't depend on this. So like I want to be able to do that consistently. That's all.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm
It's not a get rich quick scheme. It
you
doesn't
make
work
it
like that.
$20. Profit is $20 profit. And something about that trade, you learned whatever, or it was good, it made you feel good, God forbid. Uh, take it and take it off the table.
Take reasonable profits. Like the two biggest trades that I've had in the past 2 years, like it's not these insane profits. People need to understand that like 20% return is freaking good. Like the AMC arbitrage I made, it was my one big trade of the year. I gained 50% on it. That for most people in the market, that's a really good return. That's like epic.
Yeah, it
Here's an
was.
example. Okay, I
Go
bought
for it.
$20 worth of chain link on the advice of a friend who's pretty
Kyle Chasse.
Well, I'm up in a week. Yeah, in a week I'm up $8. You think I didn't already draw that $8 out? Hell yeah, I did. So, you know, I'm not drawing out my whole investment. I'm just taking out my profit that I made.
Yeah.
And that way, if it goes down, I didn't lose that profit. At least I kept something.
There is nothing worse.
Throw stuff out and take the money, you know, take the money. Like, don't leave it on the table. Take the money. And the only other thing really that I would say is watch the people who are successful, not random YouTuber, you know, whoever from wherever, just talking nonsense. Like any of the grifters that we've been talking about tonight. Follow the people who are successful, not the people who want to sell you a course for $99 or want you to join their $20 a month.
There's a reason they're selling you a course.
Right.
If they were that good, they wouldn't be selling, they'd be trading. So that's how it is. So don't go with somebody who wants to sell you something or wants to just get you to switch and follow their narrative. Find the people who are actually successful traders. They're probably not on YouTube, and talk to them. Ask them what they do. Ask them, pick their brains if they'll let you, you know. But look at the people who are successful and learn the basics before you try to go and be a master, because that always turns out badly when you do that.
You know, everything that one needs to know about life in general, okay? This is a lot maybe, but can be learned from watching the HBO series The Wire. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but I know like Bad Back is, and we've we've like, kind of bonded over our love for The Wire because it's a great show. And I'm not really, big into TV and stuff like that, but uh that was one that I, happened to watch and happened to fall in love with because it's so real and it resonates with me, living in the city and things like that. So anyway, um, but so everything you need to know about life, you can learn from that. Uh, a- and like Lynn that said something that reminds me of a quote like you have to crawl and then walk and then run. You can't go from crawling straight to running. That's not how it works. Like nobody does that. Not because they don't want to, because that's not how we develop, you know. So the analogy in trading, also this is not from the wire, but it's like it's the most easily scalable business model ever because what you did to make that $8 on that amount of chain link, you could have done uh like a proportional trade with $20,000 to make, $18,000 or whatever proportionally. If the numbers had just been bigger, like the quantities, it would have worked out exactly the same way. You would have made the same percentage. It would have been a lot more, like concrete dollars. I don't think there's much else that can work like that in the world. Like even if you have a lemonade stand, if you want to 10x your profit, you're going to have to like bang out some more lemonade. But
water down the lemonade or
something, yeah,
steal more lemons.
or steal more lemons or set up another stand
and hire employees.
Exactly. Right. Your overhead's going to go up, your liability is going to go up. But with this, I mean, yes, there is some of that.
Stealing lemons.
Right. Right. Steal money instead of lemonade, lemons. But mostly there's not much. You're just upping the numbers, like literally, which is, I mean, that's pretty cool. It's also cool just to, like I said, swiping screen at the right time and number goes up. But 20% is good. I remember when I was learning options, that was something that was thrown out there. I've also heard people say, don't even worry about, uh, you know, earning a certain percentage or even a specific dollar figure. Just take the profit.
Come to you.
Right. Hey, I feel like, you know what? I don't know. I can't understand it. Can't explain the feeling. I just feel like I should close this now and just be done with it. And sometimes it was the right decision. Sometimes, oh man, I could have made more or whatever. Well, there's always that. You could always have done something different, but that's where you got next time. But there won't be a next time if you blow up the fucking account and you don't have anything to, you're starting over from $5 or whatever, which I've done. It sucks, but yeah, it's it's an interesting thing. I I love it when it's good. I hate it when it's bad. It's like, what more can you say? But all right. Well, hey, thanks both of you for hanging out and taking some pressure off of me for having to talk. If I have to sit here and talk for 5 fucking hours straight,
you do better than I would ever do just solo because like there's a reason why all of my live streams are me and another person because I could not carry a conversation.
That's the way I would like that. So everyone is always welcome anytime to come on, and do it. But I like that vibe. I like the energy, and it's just because you think of stuff, you guys think of stuff that I didn't think of. So, it's just just better. But yeah,
But yeah,
so
come back, Sonny
please,
because they're sick of
yeah, come back. No, no, that's not
Maybe I
true.
will.
All right. Okay.
And maybe I'll have some interesting stuff. I know I'm working on a live stream with the guy that I had talked to all the way back during the ABCTQ thing. He's part of the company that bought some of those assets, and we're thinking about talking about M&A and from the point of view of the people who actually do M&A. So hopefully people will learn some things, and that's what I hope the most out of my channel. People sit down and they learn some stuff.
That's a good goal.
I learn a lot from everybody in this community here, this little group that we've got of however many pop in and out. So, it's always my honor to get to listen to people who, know way more than I do.
I don't know shit, Lynn. I mean, come on. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean,
No, I don't.
what I know is I have an honest curiosity. That's about it, really. Beyond that, I don't know where it's gonna go. But
I just have time on my side. That's
yeah.
That's my ace in the hole is that I've just been around a while.
Time and having an open mind and an open willingness to learn and possibly make some mistakes on the way. That puts you way ahead of a lot of people.
It really does.
It's like I'm happy for others to learn from my mistakes. Absolutely. It makes them worthwhile.
Yep. Yeah. And if you were learning how to draw or paint or something like that, you probably would you probably would prefer that the teacher, your instructor, would grade you on like, how well you improve. So, you're going to do a lot of paintings, like more than one probably. So the first ones are going to be shitty. Like they just will be. They'll be terrible or worse at least. And then hopefully they get better. And so, you're going to be happy that you had to do 50 paintings over that semester because paintings number 48, 49, and 50 are going to be a lot better. Whereas if they graded you on, all right, do one painting, make it perfect. Oh, that's a lot of pressure on one work. That's a lot of pressure on one trade. That's a lot of, if you blow that, you're fucked. So that's the way I think about it. If you have to learn how to draw a circle perfectly, well, you're probably going to have a bunch of papers with a bunch of imperfect circles on them. And that's good because that's the stepping stones to get to that more perfect circle. So, yeah, for what it's worth, I've just failed a lot and I continue to. But I try to look at it as a positive thing. And there's some mental trickery involved. But
it's okay
not to
mistake, just don't keep making the same one.
Well, right. That's it. That's it. That is 100% it. And that's the challenge. Like, especially when you're trying to trade something. Also, you're at work, like your full-time job. Boy, that made it a lot harder. I'll tell you what, that made it a lot harder. When I could just sit at home all day and make videos and mess around in the stock market, it was probably a little easier. It's kind of nerve-wracking to have a real job and be looking at this too. I kind of hate it. Doesn't really work. So that's the other thing, yeah, is the time, which somebody said. Time and the desire. And yeah, don't have the desire to be willfully fucking comatose. That's number one. The number one thing that people need to like get away from is it's not cool to like self-induce comatose in a coma. Or like willful brain deadness. Okay. It's not the way. Despite what Reddit says. It's not. And with that, you know, it might be a good place to end, but maybe we'll do a live stream on Sunday for the futures market opening. It's been a while. It might be an interesting one, although I'll always say that, and it never is. It's always just the same old shit. But then it isn't. So, well, we'll see. Cool. All right, guys. Have a good night. And
You too, Scotty. Thank you again.
we'll see you in Telegram.
I know you get nothing for this, so I appreciate you.
Oh, I get plenty for this. I work for YouTube. Don't forget.
Don't get fired by YouTube.
Right.
And
okay.
It's a pleasure always.
Lynn, Sonny, thank you guys. Many thanks. Much appreciation. See you around.
And hopefully we'll see you Sunday. That'd be great.
Okay. Well,
right.
Not see, but hear.
Well,
which is more important.
In my mind's eye. My disembodied mind's eye. I will see you.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna play the outro.
A lot more levity.
Right. All right, Sonny.
And thanks to everybody who stuck around.
Yeah. You guys are the real awesome winners here. Those who, you know, find some kind of value in this, which.
And I think there is value in it. I think there.
Well, thank you.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. You know.
It's yeah.
Find it too.
Yeah, me too. And well, it's kind of a journey versus destination thing. I think, like, it's you know, it's an adventure. It's not a celebration of you know, like where we are. If that makes sense. It's we're trying to figure it out.
Anything.
No, and
we're full of shit.
right, yeah, for sure. And I've often thought, well, you know, yeah, am I? I don't know, but hey, you know,
segue you.
Honest questions, you know, looking for honest answers. And sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes you realize it, you know. Boy, I could figure this out, but the risk or the you know, the trade-off, the cost benefit, that's what I'm looking for. When in doubt, just buy AMC calls, like Boss Blunts. And you know, you won't be fine. But, you know, right. Shoot.
As Model 3 dude would say, kick the song, Scott.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, there it is.
You can't kill Michael Myers!
It's impossible. But what you can do
when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you
fucking want me?
Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so.
Man, why did that guy have to die?
Fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
If he actually did.
Is that what you're saying?
Wait, hold on. Roll another blunt, man. These is good times. That's the best quote in that whole song. My favorite. But Tony Sand, what can we say about him? I don't know.
Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
First they think you're crazy,
yeah.
But you.
Oh, I love it. All right.
I don't really think that's the case.
I don't really think that's the case.
All of a sudden you change the world.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, anyway. $14 likes? Really? Not bad. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. If anybody's wondering, I didn't make that up. It says 14 likes right here. It does. That might be a record of some kind. Certainly not a record in terms of the number of viewers, but it's not about any type of quantity. Yeah. YouTube does not scale like trading and quantity of shares. Not exactly the same, but oops. And this is the post something or other section where we offer not really get rich quick schemes, but well, you'll see just kind of the anti get rich quick message from our legacy sponsor, Tom Vu.
Is fortunate enough to know my techniques of how to make a lot of money.
The Tom Vu method
is close to a Rick roll as I can get.
Teaches you how to make
a Tom Vu roll
immediately and enjoy life right away.
Enjoy life.
You are thinking, my seminar is the same like everybody else's seminar. My seminar is not the same like everybody else. My course is copyrighted. It means no one else is allowed to fix my unique course. Plus, my system can show you how to put money in your pocket in real estate right away.
Tom Vu says a key to making quick money in real estate is to know how to deal in distressed properties. He says you can locate money-making properties.
I got to put the microphone down so I can get my notepad out, start taking some notes here.
I just bought.
See you guys next time.
$100,000 using my own technique. I pay only $285,000. I make $215,000 in this house. What can you do with $215,000? You can take 10 trips around the world, send 4 or 5 of your kids to go to college, or you can even buy a Rolls Royce. Come to my seminar. I show you how to make all kinds of money. Here's a secret for you to make millions. Very simple. Learn how to do your first real estate transaction. Make a small profit, and after that, don't quit. Keep repeating the same successful process many times over. You'll become very wealthy. Here's another example how easy it is you can make a lot of money. Take a look at this house, my friend. It's worth $500,000. I pick it up for $285,000, making $215,000 profit. If you can do about 10 deals like this, the way I'm about to show you, you can retire a multimillionaire. People say that I'm a genius, but I'm not smarter than anybody. I'm only a lucky boy who found a genius money-making system. In the last 5 years, many of my seminar students have applied my system and also make a lot of money. Let me take you to an actual real estate closing where you will see one of my students apply my technique about to walk away with a nice check profit. I invite you to come to my seminar, learn how to make a lot of money. Once you have a taste of a good life, you will never go back. I didn't have all this at first. I started with nothing, less than nothing. In just a few years, I made a fortune. I have everything I ever wanted. You can do the same thing too. If you know my technique to make a fortune, you don't need a credit, you don't need money, you don't even need a college degree to get started. If you have a desire, get the guts, come to my seminar. Let me show you how.
I know lots of you out there are skeptical. In my hand, framed, is a check for $203,000 and $29.32. I net in one transaction, one deal. This is a net check.
I know after watching me and my student making a lot of money, you got excited and you want to go to my seminar to learn how to make millions yourself. And a lot of your friends will tell you, don't come to the seminar, it's a get-rich-quick plan. But tell them, it is a get-rich-quick plan because life is too short to get rich slow. If someone trying to discourage you, my friend, take a look at them from head to toe. If they are nothing, stay away from them. You want to learn from success, not failure.
You see these checks in my hands? You know I did it. The fact is, lots of people are making money all over the country, starting with nothing. If you don't know how, the seminar will show you exactly how.
I never forget what my grandfather told me. There are two kinds of people in life, the doer and the loser. Which one are you? Are you sick and tired of where you are, working hard for years for nothing? Are you excited about watching my student making a fortune on TV? You know, many of these people started out with little or no cash and no credit, no experience. Do you have a guts to step out of where you are to achieve your financial freedom? Then come to my 3 hours success and real estate investing seminar. The cover charge for this seminar is not $1,000. It's not even $500. It's not even $100. The cover charge, my friend, is free. Free. And if you're not willing to spend 3 free hours to learn from a self-made millionaire to maximize your opportunity, you deserve to be broke.